Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
You know what they say, human see, human do.
The dear departed once said to me, I never met an ape I didn't like.
Look, it's a man.
In heaven's name, get rid of that creature! Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
He can talk. He can talk, 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 he can talk.
I can sing!
Ooh, help me, Dr. Zayas.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Oh, Dr. Zayas.
If man was superior, why didn't he survive? You did it. You cut up his brain, you bloody baboon! What I know of man was written long ago, set down by the greatest ape of all, our lawgiver. You maniacs! You blew it up! Oh, damn you! God damn you all to hell!
20th Century Fox wants you to go ape.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are back with our 26th episode. We're still in the Forbidden Zone with our 6th out of 9 episodes on the Planet of the Apes franchise. So the past 5 episodes we discussed the very first 5 entries, which of course were of a piece together, right? I mean, they kind of have a very specific continuity in of themselves. But then other than animated show and the live-action show in the 70s, the Ape franchise went dormant for some time, but then, I don't know if roared back to life is exactly what it did, but it came back to life in some way in 2001 with the entry Today, a reboot, a remake, whatever you want to call it, reinterpretation. Yeah. I think that was the word that Burton liked to use a lot. I'll go ahead and tell you up front, this is going to be a jam-packed episode. Yeah. We're probably going to have a long intro, and some of which has nothing to do with the Ape franchise in general.
So just like last week.
Yeah, so, but we will be going in depth about this movie. And again, this is a very strange movie. I have maybe a certain nostalgia for it, less the movie itself, because I don't think it's good at all, but more the time in which it came out and what I remember it being in the culture and whatnot.
Well, yeah, and I'll say real quickly, this is a movie I saw a lot when I was younger, but I have virtually no memory of now. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to say, and I know it's probably not going to be good, I'm well aware of that, but I'm going to be going into the movie giving it a total fair shake. This is a total,
I agree.
This is a total, just specifically for me, this is a total revisit. I have no clue what's in store for me, kind of like I'm just going to give it its all and I'm going to give an... And I'm saying, yeah, it's probably going to be bad, I'm sure. But I also have a nostalgia for it because I'll say up front, and we can talk more about it later, the design of this movie I find very interesting, and I think I already love, because it's Tim Burton and Rick Baker doing, knocking our socks off. And I'm interested to see what it is as a Planet of the Apes thing, because I'm revisiting it now as a Planet of the Apes fan. So I'm totally ignorant of it in a way, even though I did see it a million times, but I'm going to really enjoy revisiting it nonetheless.
Sure,
it's
I
gonna
agree.
Be a really fun podcast, I think.
I think
I'm
in
really
a lot of
looking
ways
forward
it
to,
sums up what Hollywood was at this particular moment, that it's slick, it's well made, but the ideas in it are... in attempting to retread something that did a lot of hard work in the past, and is trying to surf that wave.
Kind of like Roland Emmerich's Godzilla of the time, as far as taking this like older sci-fi thing and trying to put a kind of patina of modernity on it that immediately kind of dates it. More so in the case of Godzilla, not as much in this, but just kind of a useless movie that has, because of course, as somebody who doesn't care all that much about Godzilla, and you care about it even less, that movie at least has some sort of, redeeming social value of social statements of the Japanese...
the original Godzilla.
The 1954 Gojira. That has, very definitive, like, decade following the,
atomic
weapons attacks, what that meant to Japan and the fear and disillusionment that followed after that. To my memory, Roland Emmerich's Godzilla has none of that. So it just has
not really
Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel clones we don't like Roland Emmerich's movies or whatever. So yeah. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that.
And that's another movie I have a weird nostalgia for. Again, it is not good. It is quite bad. Worse than this.
Does have the P. Diddy Come With Me featuring Jimmy Page though, which a moment where he looks at Godzilla
towards the end,
and he's like, "What you gonna do, Godzilla?"
The very end of that music video is like him like challenging Godzilla like seemingly to a fight, and he's standing there really aggressively, and it's like this thing is like a skyscraper-sized lizard. Yeah, you are P. Diddy.
Meanwhile, Jimmy Page. Real quickly, as a Jimmy Page historian of Led Zeppelin, former massive Led Zeppelin fan, I like him now, but just have moved on to other things. He basically, P. Diddy wanted to sample Kashmir into the song, but then he thought, no, what if I just bring Jimmy and have him play on the song?
Right.
And I don't remember what Jimmy Page's reasoning of that, probably money.
Yeah.
But so that's why that happened, was that he just wanted to sample the song, but decided, because there's actually a random amount about that in the this biography of Jimmy Page called No Quarter to the Three Lives of Jimmy Page, and I can't remember the guy's name who wrote that. I'm going to look it up right now, but there's a random amount about that.
Well, at least Jimmy Page got paid, and at least he thought enough to at least bring him in,
Martin Power wrote that book. It's actually a pretty good book. I recommend it if anybody cares. But anyway, so... but we might return to that briefly when we talk about some things later on with Planet of the Apes. But before we even get to Planet of the Apes, we have kind of two items that we want to discuss before, and I think we might try to start making more of a habit of this as we're getting into this podcast a little more, because
talking about kind of quote current events. I feel like middle school, you're going to be a middle school teacher. You know this. Oh, you got to bring your current events to class and discuss them or whatever. Right. It's like our version of that.
So I don't think we're going to be talking about speed watching in my class, but maybe we will one of these.
But something that immediately caught my eye, and I immediately said to you after this was published on Vulture.com. I want to talk about this on the podcast. It was an article written for Vulture.com, which is kind of the online component of New York Magazine.
It was published on August 3rd, 2021.
So just this past week. And I'm going to put a link.
If society has degraded immediately after this was the historical moment that it occurred.
And I'm going to put a link to this in the descriptions of however you consume this podcast. This is an article called The Case for Speed Watching, How I Came to Love Watching TV Shows Really Fast. I Swear I'm Not a Monster, by Nicholas Quay?
Nicholas Quay, yes.
Quay, okay. We'll just refer to him as Nicholas Q for this.
Yeah. Nicky Q,
yeah. And so Nicky Q in this makes the case, and,
we printed this off because it's like a deposition.
So just to show you how old we are, right, we're like the oldest 20-some-year-olds you'll ever meet. I printed this off because I like to do that whenever I mark things up. It should be said this article is presented by State Farm as well. I'll be honest. I'm gonna spend a good amount of time bashing Nikki Q over the course of talking about this article, but this isn't just Nikki Q who feels this way. There is a growing number of people who consume media in the way that Nikki Q is basically purporting to. And basically, I mean, you can almost figure out what this article is likely going to say by the title alone. The idea is that there is so much media and quote hashtag content today that it's just too long to listen and read and watch something. I'm going to read some excerpts from this and then some little minor excerpts as well that kind of try, in my mind, sum up what Nikki Q is saying here. When that abundance does become debilitating is when you have the specific compulsion I have, which is sweaty, hobbling desire to take in as many TV shows, films, books, podcasts, news stories, subreddits, subcultures, live sporting events, and other things as I possibly can. While trying not to neglect the basics, like loved ones, job responsibilities, and hunger, consider it a bizarre FOMO, but for cultural life. I wouldn't say it's the healthiest thing to have, nor would I argue it necessarily translates to a particular strong grasp of those cultural objects, but that's how my brain is wired, unfortunately. And I wrote off to the side, hashtag born to be in it, hashtag I'm different. And I've listened to countless hours of accelerated podcasts to a point I'm pretty sure my brain just works differently now, though I've yet gotten a CT scan to suss that out. I feel an urge to read very quickly, often gliding past potentially meditative details. Sorry, it's a narrative. If it's a narrative-driven video game, I often skip all optional paths. To be fair, many games feel bloated these days. If I could speed up the final minutes of NBA games, I totally would, but they're, live. Can't quite do that. Last thing I'll read at length here. I'm not trying to defend myself. I'm aware that I'm gleefully contributing to the further commodification of everything under capitalism. I understand that this isn't how these artistic and media creations were meant to be experienced, and that in a perfect world, each work would be taken exactly on its own terms, and everybody would be adequately supported by their society so they would have more free time to do things like, watch more television shows and read more books. But this isn't a perfect world. In fact, it's a world that largely sucks. I have a deep hole in my being that I feel compelled to fill with all this stuff, and I don't have an infinite amount of time, so I'm trying to make the best of it I've got. So again, essentially the idea is that Netflix now has a streaming function where you can speed up the speed of media or hashtag content that you're doing. And another thing I want to do before we totally crucify Nikki Q here, I'm sure you picked up on this as well. Over and over again, they are almost apologizing.
Yeah,
to the reader.
What I do appreciate about this, one of the few things I appreciate, is that they come into it defensive and saying, "I'm not saying this is for everybody." He's just advocating for this medium of consumption, so he's not being particularly hostile about it. I appreciate that.
He's almost predicting what reactions of people will say in this.
He would be right. So,
another thing I wanted, and talks about his own work. This certainly isn't me presenting my preferences as a moral stance on behalf of some extreme consumer empowerment ideology. I'm empathetic to artists who feel annoyed that their work is being experienced in ways that don't fit their original intention. Indeed, I feel similar things when a reader tells me they mostly skim my podcast columns because they're too long. How dare you? So saying, oh, well, if you skim me, well, that's not good, you know. There's a lot to talk about with this. What are some of your initial impressions?
I want you to go first because I'm going to take a while. Yeah, I have some very specific things I'd say
again,
about this,
I don't think much of Nikki Q writing any of this, but as I said, this is a growing problem. I've actually encountered multiple conversations with people, some of which I trust their taste and opinions, who genuinely say, oh, I listen to podcasts at 1.5 speed, or I watch TV shows at a faster speed so I can see and experience more stuff. Me and you have even had some recent conversations about the, I don't know if pressure is the word, but the compulsion or the desire to see as much stuff as possible, and how that we're actually trying to maybe sometimes take a step back from that and just say, instead of trying to consume everything, why don't we just be a little more selective and enjoy the things that we are choosing to experience? As Nikki Q says, that real life is being led outside of experiencing media. Why don't we partake in some of that? I feel especially compelled to mention that this weekend the Suicide Squad is coming out.
Yeah. They added a "the" to it just to differentiate it.
It's more...
It's the...
It's prestigious.
It's not a... it's the one.
And I remember I tweeted about this, that there was one particular morning I think I woke up, I think it was like Friday morning and I saw on Letterboxd, like, it shows you recently watched by friends or people you follow, and like 6 out of the 7 slots by different people were filled with the new Suicide Squad movie, which all for them had positive to very positive reviews. I feel like there's a new pressure now that we live in the age of COVID, that so many things are being added to streaming services that, if it's at home, that's even less of a barrier entry for me to watch, which means I have to watch it because everyone else is watching it. Yeah. So I gotta be a part of the hashtag conversation, of the hashtag discourse, so I can feel like I'm, quote, up on the times. And I feel like, as Nikki Q, someone who is a culture writer for Vulture.com, part of their job is to be slavish to consuming as many things as possible, to have hashtag content, hashtag media to write about. And
how many hashtags can we put in front of this?
If you see out to the side of this here, I wrote hashtag,
and then you
content.
It's a shame you didn't write hashtag hypocrisy there, but you just wrote hypocrisy, so no hashtag on that. Maybe because it started with an H, it was an implied hashtag. But.
Yeah, and as someone who really does and consume a lot of media and appreciate media, I've also, as I've gotten older, as I've moved into the later stages of my 20s, taken a step back and realized, wait a minute, you know what? I don't want to be a part of a, quote, empty calorie conversation if it's about the trash that most people want to be on par, but want the conversation to be about. I also feel like, in many ways, I'll finish up here in a bit, my take on this, that this is the end result of poptimism. This is what happens when we say, everything is kind of has some sense of value in our culture.
Hashtag everything is fine.
In particular, Nikki Q had said something about talking about certain things. This may be a heretical thing to say, but I speed watch a lot of anime. Ditto for certain types of reality television. Though as a big fan of the genre, I keep most of them at one speed to savor the drama. So reality television, as somebody who's a, quote, big fan of the genre, they want to make sure they preserve the holy experience that is, for them, reality television. And then it said something at one point about, let me find it here. I promise you I'm about done. Trash TV.
Or no,
where was that? Let's see. This is old man here.
I don't remember where it was. There it is.
Most of what I speed watch, typically at 1.25 speed, are shows that some would call trash, although I detest the word. And to the extent to which I use that word, I'm pro-trash. I think there's value in it. I don't even want to show all my cards because this is a conversation I want to talk a little bit more about. We have a bonus episode coming up soon that might involve some of these ideas about what's, quote, trash and how people find values in certain kinds of trash. Long story short, in a weird way, I'm actually grateful that Nikki Q wrote this article because it almost sums up a lot of the negative, horrific viewing habits of a lot of people in our culture today. So in that way, thank you, Nikki Q.
Yeah.
What are your own thoughts on this article and what it represents?
I put a disclaimer on all this now because this is going to get very actually philosophical and religious. Mm-hmm. You said just a moment ago that, we've been thinking a lot recently about trying to actually kind of step back a little bit. It's something I've been especially thinking about, partly because I'm about to get a job.
Yeah.
And I a
full-time teaching job.
And an actual job, not that I just, write about podcasts for a living.
Yeah.
Which is not a real job, even if you get paid for it. And here we are on a podcast, but
not getting paid.
I don't really listen to podcasts anymore.
Yeah.
And frankly, even though I'm doing one, I'm not going to really attempt to listen to very many of them because I have other things to do. But, I'm trying to think of where I can even begin here. First of all, I want to put a disclaimer. Sometimes we'll watch on PlayStation 4. We'll like speed it up to 1.5 speed just to laugh at it, right? But we actually watch the whole thing. It actually takes longer for us to do it because we
have to stop and do that and then go back to normal speed.
We don't do that all the time.
The PS4 and I think the 5 and the 3 had the function where you can hit 1.5 speed and see things sped up.
Right.
And we do that for comedy's sake. It sounds funny. We also do that with certain YouTube videos, not to actually consume them as a new thing, but just to laugh at them as well.
And so first of all, like you said, I don't want to be plugged into the culture anymore. The more and more I think about it, the more I probably won't, but I've thought about getting rid of social media altogether. Not paying attention because like this whole, I didn't even know there was another Martin Scorsese Marvel thing going on this week. You told me about that. I was like, oh really? Okay, whatever. That James Gunn had said
James Gunn,
blah, blah, blah.
the director of the Suicide Squad, had the audacity to bring. Well, I think actually, to be fair, somebody brought this up to him and he said that, so it wasn't totally unprovoked. But
and screw the media for perpetuating this.
Yeah.
But and Scorsese randomly shot back with, "I don't know who he is today." I think so. Hilarious. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
That he was. I don't even know who that guy is. Really.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that a-hole is saying, as Bill Maher once said. So it's funny I'm about to bring up Bill Maher about this because I'm about to go into very religious ground here. But yeah, just in general, I just don't want to be part of this content age, I guess. Like you said, most of the things people watch are garbage, and I don't want to hear about it. And even people that would love something like The Green Knight, quote, A24 fans, I would be very annoyed by. So, part of me is, more and more thinking, part of me does agree with these people that were like, or don't agree with them, but appreciate the people who didn't like The Green Knight in the theater I was with, because they're people that just go to the movies every once in a while. They don't have to go every week and, blah, blah, blah. Now, that's not saying I still don't want to go to the movies a lot, but they don't live and die by every little thing that happens. Like he even said in here, there's life going on. One thing I did appreciate about him, though, was that something I've been talking a lot about this week in particular is, I wish we were like Europe and we took more time off, because America is so obsessed with money that we have to work 5 days a week and do all this.
Some people 6 to 7 days a week,
So, if that sounds lazy to you, so be it, but I'd actually like to enjoy my life a little bit, like a lot of people do. But, yeah, I don't know where else to go but here, but, he puts here, where was it he said that? We were laughing at it a minute ago. I have such a deep hole in my being that I feel compelled to fill with all this stuff. I don't have an infinite amount of time. Like, I don't know what I was going to say. What is that? Fill your life with Jesus. Yeah. Okay? Like, I don't want to just, preach the whole time here, but, the meaning of life is not to consume the world, okay? As a Southern Baptist Christian, I guess. The answer is not all this crap that, and even if it's gonna be, fill your life with tasteful things, but I don't know how else to say it, but fill your life with Jesus, actually commit to being interested in people and helping people, and I'm not talking about this evangelical crap that has, sadly perverted Christianity, but, actually care about people and invest time in people and things that actually matter, work a job, be a person, I don't know what else to say. It's like, and ultimately that's a reason I've been wanting to step back more from this stuff now, because frankly I've been convicted, I think, to really think about how am I spending my time and the little bit of time I have here, and they're right, I feel this compulsion of there's not enough time in the world to consume everything. It's like, okay, well, guess what? You have to come to the realization of, first of all, that doesn't matter because these are things of a world that will fade away. And second, okay, well, then I'm going to spend the time doing the things I want to do, not going and seeing the Suicide Squad, not going and seeing some Marvel movie I don't care about, not watching Westworld because everybody says I have to, not caring about a new Game of Thrones movie or show that's going to come out, not watching a Star Wars show that I pretty much was garbage, not seeing new Star Wars movies. I'm not going to do any of that because it doesn't mean anything to me. And it's not only, and I don't even mean this on a spiritual way that I'm just literally talking about like actual God, but like also it doesn't fulfill me spiritually as a quote. I'm not even going to use the word consumer, as a person interested in humanity. I'm not going to sit and watch things that are inherently inhuman, as I talk about my love of Planet of the Apes. But but that gets at something far more than that.
Yeah, I mean the soul of these movies,
right.
even a bad one or a mediocre one, is still about the nature of humanity and how humanity treats one another. I mean, it should be said.
And so I'm kind of rambling all over the place here, but I don't know what else to say than this is a moral rot that represents the further degradation of a humanity continually fascinated by money and self-interest and blatant sin. So, like you said, Nikki Q, thank you for letting us see all this right out in front. And a lot of people aren't going to look at it this way because, sadly, most people of the internet,
citizens of the internet,
and even people of our own particular political and ideological persuasion, sadly, aren't Christian these days. So they're going to think all this is just BS, but I'm preaching to you. Go to church. Figure something out about yourself, And
even if it's not Christianity to which we subscribe to.
And that's what I was going to say, too. This goes even beyond. You pick any religious, ideology, and it's going to preach the same thing. And even though I'm archly preaching Christianity here, because I believe that's the thing, also it's just a basic human problem that we're dealing with, where people are just not caring about each other and just, I want to watch this and I want to do that, and I feel convicted even in the sense that we have a podcast that is championing watching, doing audio commentaries, but I also know that I'm making an effort within myself to, realize what life's really about here. So if that's been a problem for you and you're trying to deal with that yourself, turn the podcast off. I could care less. There's more important things going on here. But in general, I mean, well, you go ahead because what you're.
I was just going to say, if anything in your life, especially like how you're using your free time, especially, I would say, so you're like not your job or anything that in your community or anything you do, anything that. Take that out for a second.
Yeah.
Anything that is your free time, where you're sitting down, if you're going to read a book, if you're going to watch a movie, if you're going to watch a TV show, if you're going to listen to a podcast, if you're going to read the paper, whatever it is, if it all comes with a sense of obligation, I've got to do this, drop it. Drop it. If it feels like it is something that, I am not getting joy, or not even joy, in some kind of enrichment, that you're not sitting down and taking it in as a unique experience that in some way, it doesn't have to be deeply philosophical, but in some way enriches your life or enriches your soul, get rid of it, drop it. We've talked about this with certain TV shows of, will I watch that when it comes back? I don't know, I'll just go ahead and say it. I've just come to this conclusion in this very moment thinking about this. I'm not going to watch the third season of Barry. I'm just going to put this out there. I'm not, because we watched the first two seasons, and we can spend another podcast talking about the ins and outs of that show. Maybe
we did
at some
a little
point.
bit already.
Maybe so.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, because we were talking. I don't remember what we were talking about.
But again, we felt this constant conversation between us, like, we don't really like or respond to the show in that other way that other people do, but we got to be a little bit informed in how people talk about it, or what it is. No, drop it, get rid of it. I'm not saying if you like Barry, respond to it, that's fine, but I'm saying for me personally, I didn't, so I'm not moving forward with that experience. Something like Succession, another show that we're maybe not as hot on as other people, a little more cold.
I do like that.
But I actually genuinely do like that show, and will continue to watch that show because I am actually interested in some things about that.
Plus, that has some actual, even though I'm not going to agree with a lot of things that show says in response to even a show like Billions, that's a show that actually has very specific ideological and political statements about itself, even if they're not as readily apparent as they should be, but that Barry literally means nothing to anything. So it's like there's not even a social value to that show. I don't want to hear about, it talks about, PTSD, and okay, fine, a lot of things do that. But I don't, no. I'm just, you're right. I'm not going to watch it either because, like, it's just not worth a dadgum, frankly.
And,
so, I just use the word dadgum.
Dadgum,
on this podcast.
Now,
the Southerners are coming
briefly
out.
talking about reality television.
Sure.
Something that neither one of us consume very much. I think on the whole, reality television is Satan incarnate. I think it's one of the worst things about our culture, and is really why our culture has gone in many directions that it has, especially since like the late 90s, early 2000s. One reality television show we actually do genuinely like and watch is Big Brother.
That is a competition show also, though.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
If a reality
show
show
is just
is like
people sitting around
living their glamorous lives.
It's actually, and it's the same. You get the same high off of it. Because I get it, I have another thing I want to say about drama on TV here in a minute, like in that sense. But go ahead.
Well, just that we genuinely do like the show Big Brother. I don't necessarily consider it a quote guilty pleasure experience. Although I could see people, and I want to talk about that whole word later on again in a bonus episode we're going to be doing soon. I don't necessarily see it as guilty pleasure. I see it as, again, it's a competition show, so there are some fake things about it, about reality TV in general. But in the end, it is a competition, and to see people play that game is funny, it's entertaining, it's sometimes insightful. But on the whole, I don't consider it to be on par with like Twin Peaks: The Return or The Leftovers or the heights of TV in recent years. I don't consider it to be that, and I don't hold it in that regard.
It's like Survivor's the same thing.
And I think of it as honestly the best version of a trash medium, basically, in that way. Now, do I consider it to be trash?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. Yeah. But it is a part, undeniably, of that tradition of storytelling in its own way.
And one thing I'll say about that, I've said this for years, that is the most well-edited show ever. I mean, like, all the material they have to deal with, and they've got it down to a science, because we've been watching it for 10 years now. Every season we've watched,
since 2010,
not like the celebrity ones or the fall ones, like the summer ones, But and that's a show that I'm continually impressed by in the manner of that.
Its production.
And so that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I'm impressed by that, which I don't think other shows are operating on that level. I think it's actually quite impressive.
Now, I don't know, Nikki Q's a fan of the genre.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say.
Maybe we need to consult them.
First of all, I don't want to talk about... That's what I was going to say. This is going off in kind of another direction, but I've talked about this in the past. I find, like many people, confrontation to be uncomfortable. Both, not only in my real life,
but to see it
but even though that is more important, clearly, and we need to be having if it's something that really needs to happen, and say, hey, you don't need to be doing that.
Yeah.
Like, then that's what it is. Like, if it's a serious problem. But, like, in the sense of reality shows and even a show like Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I have worshipped at the feet of Larry David since I was very, very young. Seinfeld's one of my favorite shows still. But Curb Your Enthusiasm, I have a particular trouble with in the last few years because this is just a personal thing. For me, I'm just explaining that I see that show and I know it's not real, but the way that it is filmed purports that it is almost like a docudrama of like people being mad at each other and having these quirks about themselves and being honest about things they don't like, or and I think that is actually a subtly very dangerous show that I quite like, but I just don't have the interest in watching anymore because I don't want to sit and watch people argue on TV, especially if it's particularly real looking. I don't, one of the reasons I don't watch the news as much anymore, not even the news, but specifically opinion news,
talking heads,
is because it's so mean and confrontational and hateful that I just don't feel like I'm being enriched by that experience of watching it. It makes me uncomfortable. And a lot of people say, well, you can't take it, or you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, I guess I can't, and I don't really feel bad about saying that because I want to actually enjoy the little bit of time I have on this world. So I don't really want to sit and watch people argue on television. I see that enough in my real life. I don't really feel the need to do that. So does that make any sense?
Yeah, sure.
So that now on Big Brother, that's a little bit different because it is a competition show, and that is, and I'm not saying I don't engage in these things in certain ways, but I just feel that argument for the sake of it is not, you know, enriching to my life.
Sure.
So even in the sense of Big Brother, where people argue, you see, and that's a problem with that show and any show, is this kind of classism and faction, and that show's had a lot of problems with race that needs to be immediately addressed. I feel like it's been better in the last few years, that it's trying,
specifically even this season,
to deal with that better.
As far as even as the selection of who's on there.
Yeah, and we're Cookout all the way this season. If you're following it, we were talking about that last night. Like, please let that go as far as it can. We're really, because I genuinely like the people who are in that a lot, and like some of my favorite people in the game right now. But even in that sense, like, even when that show has its arguments, you also, not that it means anything to me because they're people on a TV show I'll never know, but you see genuine connections between people that happen. That show gets, you know, that whole stigma of being, people on there yelling and screaming, you know, or whatever. But there are the people who make lifelong friendships. You see people actually fight for each other on that show. It's not a total train wreck, abysmal, you know, experience.
Right.
Unlike other shows like that Love Island show,
which we see a lot of ads for,
which is
Big Brother.
a spin-off of a British show, where that show has actually a negative stigma that a lot of contestants have committed suicide from being on. So ultimately, what we're saying, we're not trying to preach for Big Brother here, but that's a show that at least is superior to a lot of these other shows. That also, we should say, is connected to the whole Les Moonves thing.
Yes.
So that needs to be mentioned as well. But, you know, nothing can be perfect, obviously. But we're lost all over the place here.
No, but I guess Big Brother's the type of show that in another world of that we would maybe consider, obviously, reality TV a lower form of art or a lower form of entertainment. That is something presumably we would maybe watch at a quicker rate to quote get through it faster. But
now, we have made a habit on going on YouTube.
Now there are certain clips we speed up because they sound funny, or slow them down too.
Yeah.
But that's purely for an ancillary humor's sake, not to actually experience it as a new thing.
Because David Byrne, a genius extraordinaire of many things, once said recently in his American Utopia thing, he's like, you know, the most beautiful thing in the world to look at is the human face, or the human. And in that sense, normal speed is what we're at. We were just talking about, you know, what are you looking at there? Go ahead.
I was just doing the math, actually. I was curious, okay, if you take like a 60-minute show, and you divide that, I would presume, by 1.5, you get 40 minutes instead. So you presumably, quote, save 20 minutes. Okay. It's like, I'm trying to figure out like what the incentive for doing that is. Oh, I got 20 new minutes. What am I going to do?
They're probably going to be on their phones. What they're going to do?
Yeah, that's probably where.
So don't do that. Get off your phone. But yeah, and I was going to say, you know, I don't know when we're going to wrap this up exactly. I don't know how much more I have to say about it. But
I've got just a little more.
We just finished the Underground Railroad last night.
This is where I was going.
And, you know, you go ahead and say what you're going to say about it.
Well, I was just going to say, like, there is a compulsion now to, quote, binge watch. And this talks a little bit about the whole idea of binge watching a lot. And, you know, I feel like home video had a version of this for many years, but I feel like it's specifically the invention of, like, Netflix streaming, which has led to Amazon Prime, which has led to eventually like HBO Max, all these various streaming services, Hulu, to, quote, binge watch a show as quickly as possible so you can, quote, have the take about it, as you know, and you can talk about it.
Right.
Water cooler thing, right? And there are shows that I have watched at a quicker pace, but I've never exactly binge watched a show. Another thing too is binge implies it goes to like binge drinking or alcohol. It's like something that is bad for you.
Yeah,
to
it's
do.
unhealthy.
I mean, it
it's
is
literally in
inherently
the
an
word.
admission that it's unhealthy.
Right.
We have
We're also
been
not drinkers, so that just further compounds the BS.
When did I guess Underground Railroad dropped in June, early
Maybe
June,
even late May.
late May, something like that was when it first dropped.
Yeah. And we were waiting a little bit on it because I had to finish the book because I was being a little slow.
Colson Whitehead's novel, great book.
Yeah.
And
one of the best newer books I've read. I think
came out like 15
probably the best,
or 16.
probably the best book I've read since like The Goldfinch. I think as far as newer books.
Sellout, I would put up there
the
also.
Sellout too.
And Lincoln
That's
and
right.
the Bardo, I would also put up there. But
yeah, those are
those are some of the most recent good literary fiction we've read.
Yeah.
And you know, I remember like the first week or two when it was out, you saw all the takes. Oh, it's this masterpiece of television. You got to watch it. And then after like a 2-week span, it just dropped off. Nobody talked about it anymore. It's like it doesn't exist anymore because this is the next thing, then the next thing, and that is inherently the problem with like this drop it all at once binge watching model. Is that you feel this pressure that you got to watch it all at once. We spent again really from like June. I remember it was like right before I think we went on our trip to Virginia this summer. Till what was it, literally last night watching it. That's roughly about a 2-month experience of watching
10
it.
episodes.
Now I will say, for me personally, in a more ideal world, we maybe would have watched it at a little bit of a faster pace. A little bit, not much. And that's not a show you mention the word joy a lot talking about, because it is literally about slavery. It is about the worst of humanity, of how white institutions have explicitly kept people of color down intentionally, not just in the past in a historical context, but the ways it mirrors and reflects to
it
today.
Continues to do so. Yeah.
Very much so. But to see that over a 2-month period, here and there, not every week. Sometimes we spent 2-3 weeks between watching an episode and going back and watching it. What a joy in its own way. Again, not a joy in what happens in the show, but a joy of art to see those performers give the performances they did, to see Barry Jenkins' camera do what it does, to see the music the way it's used.
Yeah,
that's a perfect
score.
See that over like a 2-month period instead of like a 2-day or even a 2-week period. For me, is one of the benefits that television unlikely has over film is that it leaves, one of the advantages I would say it has is that these characters live with you
and
over
that people don't
time.
even use that advantage as
now instead it's like something that happens really quickly.
But a movie they have to watch in installments,
right? Exactly.
Because I know people that are like that.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about the return in our personal lives and to people to proselytize about it. But I'll never forget that summer, the summer of 2017, to see that in these weekly installments. And Lynch himself, talked about, it's an 18-hour movie. Of course, it's not. It's a television show. But that is one of the benefits television has over film, one of the few, is that characters live with you over this longer period of time, right? And so, of course, there's nothing wrong with, like, spending 3-4 months, I don't think, to watch a television show, to kind of go through it at a pace.
Yeah.
But there is that joy and the benefit of taking time with things, taking them much more slowly. And again, that's what I have to say about the Underground Railroad. But that actually made me. I thought it fed right into some of these things of the beauty of a show like that in the midst of the horror of what it's about, to experience gradually over time, as opposed to 1-2 weeks and then it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing I had to say about it, and by the way, let me say, I think it was, it's, I think, some of the height of his work that I've seen so far, Barry Jenkins. And I remember,
let me just briefly say, when I heard he was making a TV show instead of, like, doing a movie, I was kind of like, my expectations dropped.
I think that's a story I think that's a story that...
Right, no, it demanded...
a TV.
Yeah, sure.
But... Yeah, and I agree. Usually when anything's like not a movie, it's like, okay. Well, but the biggest thing is like less of a chance you could see it on the big screen.
Also, Steve McQueen did the Small Axe series, which we're not even. Are we totally done with that?
No, we have
like one more left.
Education is the last one we did.
So
we've really been liking that too. But we've just been a little. Yeah, see, we do whatever we want.
Yeah.
it's a really liberal state of mind.
Yeah.
You know?
We don't feel like we're beaten to the schedule of the culture.
I'm not a libertine by nature, but I mean, come on, it's the way to live.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, I mean, like so. But what I was going to say is, like, not everything about that show worked for me all the time, though, either. Because I was telling you last night, first of all, I love Joel Edgerton in this show. I think he's great in everything, and I really am interested in the Ridgway character, just how contemptible he is. Yeah, also, there are not even flashes at all of goodness in him, but you think, okay, this is... like,
he has this code and a moral standard.
I mean, you get to know the character,
yeah.
like, both in the book and even more so in the show. That was one thing about the show I liked a little more than the book, definitively, was it spent more time with him. But also that some of the time spent with him I was a little disinterested in, as far as his father and some of that stuff. I was kind of like, okay, I don't really care that much about this. And then even the final episode last night we watched, as far as the stuff with Mabel, Cora's mother, that some of the things that were added into that, I felt like, I don't want to use the word shock value, but it just further compounded things that I'm like, okay, I get it. You don't have to go this far with it. It felt a little unnecessary for me, but whatever. But that specifically, I was saying this earlier, the best thing I've seen on TV in a while, and specifically for this show, was that kind of final moment when they finally get out of the tunnel and are on that random farm that's totally deserted. Mm-hmm. And that she takes the seeds that she took from the plantation in Georgia. It's like kind of the only real thing that she had from her mother, or kind of memory of her mother, and that she buries them next to this tree, and the shot goes on for like 5 minutes of her just like digging in the dirt and burying, and like you said, the score is amazing, and it's just this long take, and that moment, and kind of when the other guy shows up to pick him up, I won't lie, I don't feel bad about admitting this, almost like burst into tears. It was just so moving, and that I just think, what would that be like on 1.5 speed?
Well, you would have saved 20 minutes.
I guess so. But the point where I think getting at here is, if you feel it's the same, I mean, it goes to it's a very archly religious ideal. If you waste time on things that don't matter and don't invest in the things that do, then you're not living a life that enriches your soul.
Art. This goes to how you live your life.
Same thing. If you waste time on things that you feel this obligation to do, even if you're doing things that you feel are morally good and you're not actually doing it for the right reason, like, your soul is not being enriched. I mean, Tim Roth asked Mark Wahlberg in this movie, when he opens his mouth, is there a soul in there? Yeah. So, is there a soul in there for you? Yeah. That's all I'm asking here.
Now, again, of course, we're we're Christians. We come from a Southern Baptist tradition, but this goes beyond us trying to advocate for that. It's whatever your own spiritual true north is.
I'm not thumping the Bible. This isn't anything about ideology. Well, it is about ideology, because I believe this is correct. But again, I'm not saying this
every religion in the world points in this direction.
Right. I'm not trying to point fingers and be I'm not trying to be hateful. I'm and I'm not even trying to be this like an ego. I'm trying to save lives here, almost like, this is important, I think, both in the sense of moral religious sense, and just like a matter of taste.
Yeah,
so that's all I have to say most about it, is just like, first of all, go watch the Underground Railroad. Second, really pay attention to that and think about, what's the intent of this? Why is this happening? And why is it worth my time? And why should I not?
Something can be said for the book.
Yeah, the book. Because let's say for example, you read the Wikipedia summary of the book. Yeah. What does that give you? Nothing. It gives you a plot.
Oh, I know what happened.
Yeah, you know what happened, but what did it mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I know this is all very philosophical and like deep, but this is where we need to be going, because we're in the darkest. We're in some dark days, and we always have been in society. So But this is a devolution and degradation unlike anything I've ever seen. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Nikki Q, bless you.
Yeah, thanks for, if nothing else, necessitating this discussion.
Yeah, so there you go, I guess.
So, again, the biggest takeaway, don't be a bonehead and do this. But
he
more
says,
importantly,
I swear I'm not a monster. The fact he has to say that, I think, points to a guilt.
So if nothing else, if you got nothing else from this conversation, go read The Underground Railroad and or watch the show.
And don't put it on 1.5 speed.
No. I don't know if Amazon lets you do that. If not, within a week or two, they'll be...
Yeah.
If Netflix is doing it,
the one thing that Jeff Bezos might have squashed.
Yeah.
By the way, who
Other than his
cares?
hair.
Who cares if he's flying to space?
I wish he didn't come back. You know,
that would have been nice.
You know? I'm not
Now,
saying
I
he had
would
to
care.
blow up.
No. But, like,
But
just go up there and you spend your time.
Yeah.
No, you go do that.
Yeah.
You know, you're already living in an alternate reality.
Because, you know, there was this whole fallacy that his wife, who was apparently instrumental in the founding of Amazon and was a key business figure, she divorced him some years ago. And there's this whole conversation like, oh, well, she made these promises. Oh, I'm going to give a lot of this money away. And, you know...
oh, did she not?
Well, I'm getting to that here.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of people are like, oh, no, she won't do that.
Yeah.
She's just money grubbing. And immediately has already donated billions of
That's what I
dollars
thought,
to charitable
'cause I thought
causes.
she did, yeah.
I'm not going to say that's all about a masculine point of view and that we need more women to be in power, become billionaires, because there are evil women in the same way there are evil men.
Yeah.
But it is undeniable that there is also problems with masculinity that more women than not don't subscribe to.
Yeah.
And so
women
she's
are smarter and more empathetic.
Yeah,
overall,
and I think
so,
you can just in that example see that.
There you go.
It would be bore out. Anyways.
Not Borat.
Borat. Watch
Borat
Borat.
Sig Dave. Yeah.
Watch Borat's subsequent movie film at 1.25, 1.5, you know, whatever.
Good movie.
Actually, it was good. You know, whatever.
No, we really quite liked the original, and it wasn't as good, but it was good. So,
anyways, there's actually some elements to this conversation. I've said this already. We're going to revisit in a few weeks, actually, when we do a bonus episode. So stay tuned for that. Our next item, and again, we will be getting to the 2001.
We're actually going to talk a pretty long time about that too. So this might end up being our longest intro. I wouldn't
could be,
surprised,
yeah.
So.
I want to talk about two trailers that recently went out there.
Both from the mind of the visionary Ridley Scott.
There's one of them that probably even said the visionary director Ridley Scott, and nothing against Ridley Scott in this instance, but don't just be saying that.
No,
visionary. No, that's just stupid. Don't do that.
One of the few things I really do remember and like about Jojo Rabbit, definitively. We're not gonna talk about that on here, but I tweeted about that recently, so go refer to that, I guess. But in the trailer, it said the visionistical
is parodying that whole thing
of Taika Waititi. Yeah. So okay, but anyway.
Two trailers: The Last Duel and House of Gucci. Ridley Scott, he's getting up there. I don't know how old he is at this point. He's in his 70s or 80s. Rodley Scott.
Rodley.
That's his other
Where's
brother.
Rodney?
Where's Rodley? How old is he? Let's see.
He's 83. God, I didn't know
he'll be 84 in
Yeah.
November. That he is 83, almost 84 years old, and putting out like a 2-movie a year clip almost.
Yeah. Yeah, because the last 2 movies he did were Alien Covenant and All the Money in the World in 2017.
Which were both 2017.
Yeah. And then before that, he was putting out almost a movie a year. He did that Robin Hood movie? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
And,
Body of Lies.
There's something to be said for director. This is a conversation we could return to another day, I think.
Sure.
But he is, he's putting out these almost movies a year, or 2 movies in some years, and, it's not like a Woody Allen or even Clint Eastwood type of movie.
Yeah.
It involves a lot of technical things at play, and I say that as a conditional fan of both Woody Allen and Clint Eastwood in their own way. We'll talk about them another day individually. But I mean, he, is producing. Now, I'm not always a fan of Ridley Scott's work.
No,
in fact, more often than not, I'm bored by Ridley Scott's work. Now, of course, he did do
The Counselor.
The Counselor, which we actually, I'll go and tell you, we will be doing that movie someday on here. I mean, the first Alien movie,
of course.
classic, his best film. Blade Runner,
that's a complicated movie, but it's
I overall like.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not totally in love with. Gladiator, well made, pretty good.
Black Rain
with Michael Douglas, Black Hawk Down. He loves the Black Blank or whatever.
Yeah.
American Gangster's a movie that
Called Ambulance.
Called Ambulance. Denzel once said.
Yes.
But I mean,
Body of Lies.
Again, if nothing else, I actually do respect that he puts out as much stuff as he does, and is leaving behind a body of work that will be
Body of
Lies in 08, I believe it was.
The light is on you.
Yeah.
We won't say that other word, but
the DiCaprio.
we've talked too much about Jesus on here. We can't say that word.
And so, he's made a lot of stuff that I'm more impressed with than not, even though that I think that it's technically well made. Sometimes it lacks a soul. Yeah. We'll start with the last Duel trailer. This is almost more famous than anything else for being the reunion behind the screenwriting credits of Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, who, of course, came to fame with Good Will Hunting, which they both won Academy Awards for.
We've both been in the news a lot recently for various things that we're not necessarily going to discuss on here right now.
Yeah, I'm going to just table that for now. Yeah. We talked a little bit about Matt Damon already on the Syriana pod. Some subsequent updates will need to be made. I want to talk about that the next time we talk about him, whenever that'll be. Yeah. So let's just table that for. We will talk about it. Who knows when? But now Ben Affleck. Anyone who knows me knows I am no fan or friend of Ben Affleck.
Me either.
Ben Affleck has no idea who I am. I know that. I understand that.
And he shouldn't care who.
But I almost weirdly like. I'm a lovable hater in some ways of Ben Affleck. I love to hate Ben Affleck. I don't hate him on a real personal level, you know what I mean? But I find most of his work to be mediocre at best. Now, he has done some decent things here and there, I'll admit that. But his overall celebrity is one that he seems to chafe at, but also embrace or want to happen in a weird way.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, the worst kind of celebrity. You either want to be in the spotlight all the time, or you want to just shrink away from it. I don't like this, I want to be away, but then I embrace, I find that to be very phony. Yeah. But this new trailer looks really good, I gotta say. He's made a few movies that are in the Middle Ages or the medieval times era. Ridley Scott
King
has
of Heaven, and even something like Exodus, Gods and Kings, which was like of a medieval.
And I mean,
Gladiator,
and
of course.
This seems to be like Matt Damon and Adam Driver, who is friend of the pod. Love Adam Driver. He has no idea who we are as well.
We're going to be talking about him again here in a few minutes. So.
Yeah, but Adam Driver, I feel like one of the most unassailable actors we have in film today. He's already worked with Jim Jarmusch, Martin Scorsese, Spike Lee, the Coen brothers, Ryan Johnson.
Nothing against
Ridley
Ryan Johnson,
Scott. Even
Ryan Johnson is the greatest Star Wars director. You're aware of that, right?
No, not George Lucas, the guy who conceived the whole thing.
No, not George Lucas, who's an actual true visionary. But anyway,
the real visionary, the visionary mind,
the
of George
visionistical.
Lucas.
Yes.
That he's one of our best actors working today, and the movie. I mean, again, it looks really well made. I'm really curious to see what is going on with Affleck's hair. His goatee or whatever he's working with there, facial hair wise. As he says in the trailer,
a most unspeakable charge has been brought against you.
I mean, wow. You just see that on the big screen.
No, well, we saw that a bunch of times on we now. Speaking of things that are a waste of time, we watch Entertainment Tonight after Jeopardy.
So it's like an offset.
Right.
It's like you eat your vegetables and then you eat like a bunch of ice cream right after.
Yeah.
I mean,
because ice cream isn't that great. As we all know, in my opinion. So it's like you get something out of it, but it's
And so we've been seeing a lot of clips from that.
They keep using that one clip. It's like when they were using Honey there for a long time when Bound 2 came out.
After Yeezus album.
As well as when they had that song Black Mamba, or what's it called? That's like, think you got buns, hun song.
Yeah.
Black Mamba or whatever. Or
that Nicki Minaj song. You can tell this is why we're old men. No, it's not that.
What's it called? Black Mamba?
No.
What is that song called?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Know. You go ahead and keep.
That actually, again, we kind of hearing about the movie for a long time in the media. I remember being like, I don't care nothing about seeing this. But actually, after seeing the trailers, I'm like, you know what? I think I will see that. I think it comes out in November in the Oscar season. It'll probably be trying.
Anaconda. I'm sorry.
Anaconda.
Yes, not Black Mamba.
I know we had people probably shouting at that.
Well, if you care at all about Nicki Minaj's music, no. So Sorry, but
no.
not an interest of mine.
So
yeah.
I actually do want to see the last Duel, I believe, as well.
Because I wasn't all that interested.
Ren Fair season coming up after that.
Yeah, we're probably gonna try to go to the Renaissance Fair.
Maybe we'll give you an update on that when we get back.
We'll get back. I'm about to start reading the Canterbury Tales too, so it's really going to be a medieval fall. I got to tell you, but yeah, I saw the trailer and I hadn't been that interested in it beforehand. I was like, no, that's it. Yeah. I mean, and just an unspeakable charge. Yeah. I'm right against you. Just
now, a movie that you're not quite as sold on.
No, but I will see it. But
House of Gucci, the other Ridley Scott movie, also has Adam Driver. I don't know if he kidnapped Adam Driver temporarily and just be in these movies. This one, very interestingly, has Lady Gaga as kind of the lead role in this. This is Lady Gaga's first role since Star is Born, which we both loved. Yeah. One of the better movies of the last few years, produced by Hollywood especially. And this movie looks like kind of a glorious soap operatic, melodramatic kind of movie that's about the whole... I don't really know the whole backstory as much behind all those Gucci kidnapping or murders or whatever. But some of the quotes from the trailer alone, I just want to drop some of those right here, right now.
It was a name that sounded so sweet, so seductive. Gucci needs new blood. It's time to take out the trash.
You picked a real firecracker.
She's a handful.
Bravo. I don't consider myself to be a particularly ethical person, but I am fair.
Can you keep a secret?
Father, Son, and House of Gucci.
I mean, it's time to take out the trash alone. It's just,
that might end up being a sound clip used on this podcast.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also, Father, Son, and House of Gucci.
I'm particularly pissed off at
Which
that.
I remember. I didn't see that trailer immediately when it came out, but I kept seeing that over, and I thought that like Lady Gaga had just tweeted that. Just randomly, tweeted it.
Yeah.
And I think she did with a link to the trailer.
Yeah.
But I thought that was just something people were saying. I had no idea that that's something she actually says in the movie to a makeup-laden Joker himself, Jared Leto.
Who, by the way, looks like he's a character in a Darren Aronofsky movie. Like he's returning after Requiem for a Dream. Like he's like, I need to go back. Like he's going to be in The Whale. With
what happened where Jared Leto is now one of the most in-demand character? I know that's ultimately what it is, but why did that even happen?
What the funniest thing about him to me, and there aren't a lot of funny things about him, is that when COVID was going on, he was like off on some weird shaman soul-searching desert retreat, and he came back and didn't know it had been going on.
He was there for like 2 or 3 weeks, I think, and then came back and was like, wait, what is all this?
And I'd be like, I'm like that whenever he does anything.
You can tell he's somebody who thinks he's like Jim Morrison or something, or thinks he's a cross between like Jim Morrison and Daniel Day-Lewis. He's like doing all this really nasty stuff to get into the roles of the movies he's playing. It should be said, nobody really that's ever worked with Daniel Day-Lewis has had a bad thing to say against him. Everybody says that while he's in this
charge has not been brought against him.
That while he, actually puts his own health sometimes on the line to make some of the movies. Yeah. Everyone who's worked with him for the most part, he seems a little
he's a little more
obviously as the Terminator Salvation thing.
You want to put the clip of that here?
Yeah, we'll put a little bit of that.
Kick your fucking ass! I want you off the fucking set, you prick! No, don't just be sorry. Think for 1 fucking second. The fuck are you doing? Are you professional or not?
Yes, I am.
Do I fucking walk around and rip that? No, shut the fuck up, Bruce. Do I want? No! No! Don't shut me up. Am I gonna walk around and rip your fucking lights down in the middle of a scene? Then why the fuck are you walking right through? Da-da-da-da, like this in the background. What the fuck is it with you? What don't you fucking understand? You got any fucking idea about, hey, it's fucking distracting having somebody walking up behind Bryce in the middle of the fucking scene? Give me a fucking answer! What don't you get about it?
I was looking at the light.
Oh, good for you! And how was it?
Now, should be said, Christian Bale's an actor I quite like and think a lot of.
At the lights.
But, you know, why?
No, that
if you acted that way over like Hamlet or Macbeth, it would be a bit much. You know, all right,
Terminator Salvation.
But we were playing John Carter in a Terminator.
John Connor.
Whatever.
Not John Carter.
Yeah.
A person we know, and
well, then there's John Carter of Mars,
right?
Too,
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The multiple
versions by
versions.
Maven Taylor Kitsch.
Yes.
But I mean, just like that would be.
Did he play Maven at some point?
No, I don't know.
Oh,
he played Gambit. In
that's right.
X-Men Origins
that's
Wolverine.
what it is. That's what I thought. Anyway,
but like again, to do that over a role of real literary substance would have been ridiculous.
Yeah.
But to do that for John Connor, it's like, are you kidding me? Really? Like now, who's apologized? Oh, we're buddies. We're friends.
No, they're not.
Of course, they're not.
Yeah.
Like that's ridiculous. Like whatever. Where were we at? Oh, Jared Leto. Whatever. Oh, I didn't read this. I saw the headline, and frankly, it was enough for me. I need to go back and read it. But it was this picture of like Denzel Washington on a red carpet looking annoyed.
Like he typically does, yeah.
But it said something like Denzel Washington had no time for Jared Leto's antics on that new, that HBO Max movie that they did.
Yeah, the little monster,
Dirty Little Virus,
or My Mom's Dating a Vampire.
My Mom's Dating a Monster,
right,
or whatever.
You know
that new movie that had Rami Malek in it too. But
here, I'll look at
just this the headline said like Denzel Washington has no time for Jared Leto's like antics or something like that. I just thought that was really funny.
God,
anyway,
Little something,
Dirty Little Virus.
Yeah, Dirty Little Virus.
It came out in the Dirty Little Virus era.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
On screen and stage.
Like, just put the list. The little things.
It's time to take out the trash.
Time to take out the trash.
It's time to take out the trash.
Anyways, I mean, again, the trailer, it's melodramatic. It's kind of cheesy. I mean, there are some cuts that genuinely make me laugh, particularly if you go watch it with the gun.
Yeah, at the end. Yeah.
But I don't know. And Al Pacino. I love just like, I love a lot of some of these movies like this. It's like somebody's holding up the cereal box and shaking out, all right, what movie stars do we also have hidden in here?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, by the way, and Al Pacino. And so I know it ain't going to be super great necessarily, but it just looks like fun.
Other than Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, my favorite supporting performance from Al Pacino as of late was him meeting Guy Fieri by way of Sylvester Stallone. So I don't know if this will live up to that, but
and both seem to be big fans of one another, which is interesting.
One thing, are we done on House of Gucci, or you have anything else?
Well, in general, I'm not like the biggest fan of her music. I mean, growing up in the late 2000s, early 2010s, like I remember when Bad Romance was like, that song was just like ubiquitous everywhere. And I feel like she doesn't make as much music probably as she used to. But I mean, I'm not necessarily a fan of pop music in general. But as an appreciator of certain types of pop music, I think Lady Gaga is she's makes good. Really good.
Yeah,
and I think
she had a good Super Bowl appearance. I thought.
She did a really good Super Bowl show. Mm-hmm. And as an actress, I think she's even better. I mean, I think she's a really good actress. She was great in Star Is Born. Lady Gaga.
I'll admit, like
taking out the trash,
I mean,
and Jeremy Irons.
Poker Face is still a song that I kind of love. I'll be honest.
Poker Face. Yeah, I mean, so. Why not? Adam Driver's there. I'm in. I'll see it. And it looks like
I'll do it, but I might have to step out when the father-son House of Gucci moment happens. But
and plus, it's just also another thing about the trailer that's personally that I liked is that like it kind of takes place in the snow, and I'm kind of like, I kind of want it to be a little colder right now than it is. So just that alone, all right, I'm in.
You said it. And the fact that it had Heart of Glass as the song. Now, of course, they altered it. But
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Last thing I want to say about Ridley Scott before we move on to the thing we're actually here to talk about, I guess, as I've forgotten, he directed G.I. Jane,
Demi Moore,
which has one of my favorite lines of all time. Of
did you just have a brain fart?
Begging your pardon, sir?
Did you just waltz in here and bark at your commanding officer? If so, I regard that as a bona fide brain fart. And I resent it when people fart inside my office.
I resent it when
people fart inside my office. Yeah, I mean, I've not seen that movie, but that's a moment that lives with me. So anyway, hope y'all enjoyed an hour of important discussion.
But to dovetail into the movie we're talking about today, Ridley Scott was frankly one of the names I would have expected to be somehow involved, because it literally involved every other name in Hollywood about this Planet of the Apes movie. Now we're gonna switching gears. Right. Where we left off last time, Planet of the Apes was in 1973.
Yeah,
a lot's changed in Hollywood over the last 30 years. Now, of course, I would say the first Planet of the Apes movie shared some obscure tangential relationship with New Hollywood. It, of course, was not a New Hollywood movie, but it was of a time where
integrated a lot of European art cinema
elements into that,
into a B picture that was made.
Now, of course, the sequels really had no fingerprints or relationships to that, as that was still going on by that point. The 70s, and that we've talked about this in the past. We memorialize the 70s as the time of New Hollywood, this time of great artistic and transformation. And it was certainly that.
But the Poseidon Adventure was.
But it was also like the era of the airport movies. Yeah. It was the era of earthquakes. Also, speaking of Charlton Heston, the Poseidon Adventure. I mean,
roller coaster.
All these very,
love story. Just
typical kind of.
Yeah.
And
crap.
I actually want to see some of that.
Oh
stuff.
yeah, no,
nothing else because products of the time.
Yeah.
The 80s gave way to an era that not by the mass popular public, but by cinephiles is seen as one of the weaker eras of Hollywood cinema. Now, there are some still great movies out of that. I mean, Steven Spielberg was at his height in the 80s in terms
Coppola
of
was still making some movies.
making some pretty great movies.
But
I mean, some of the best movies
John
of the
Hughes
80s. We've talked about John Hughes in the past. But some of the best 80s of the movies that I'm more attracted to now are like Wim Wenders, Jim Jarmusch, like some of that, even some of the work of Alan Rudolph, I know. Even Altman, still a carryover. But
Lynch
as well.
Yeah.
And then that gave way to the 90s, which I think part of it is nostalgia because I remember the 90s, and that's when I was really growing up and a kid, and so I do hold a nostalgia
Tim
for
Burton
it.
is another name. I know we're going to talk a lot about Tim Burton
but
here
like
in a minute, but Tim Burton was another
an
80s
era
person.
that is generally considered even by people more objectively to be among the last big gasps of where commercial entertainment could be of a more thoughtful variety, gave way to eventually the 2000s. And in the midst of all these various transitions, guess what? This project was being kicked around and saw many fathers and many sons of which came about as a result of this. All that, and we're going to talk about the whole developmental process of this movie, which is one of the most.
We need to try and do the best cliff notes of that as possible because there's so much there that it's just so. I feel like it would be such a top.
It honestly would be a good book. Yeah, because it is. I don't say this about a lot of stories because there's a lot of things. That reads fine as just a little article. This needs to be a book because in and of itself, I feel like actually is turning to the trends of whatever Hollywood cinema is at that particular moment. And this movie is in its own way an expression of what blockbuster cinema was in 2001. Yeah. So we'll get into all that in a bit. Let's give us the kind of cliff notes here about who's in this movie, what it's about.
So Planet of the Apes is a 2001 American science fiction film directed by Tim Burton. And before I get into the cast, it was kind of seen as at least the way Burton and other people wanted to make this, it was kind of more of he called it a reimagining or a kind of return to the Pierre Boulet novel.
Which people often say now, like the Coen brothers aren't remaking the John Wayne True Grit, they are readapting the novel, and so that's a popular thing to say.
But this film tells the story of astronaut Leo Davidson crash landing on a planet inhabited by intelligent apes. The apes treat humans as slaves, but with the help of an ape named Airy, Leo starts a rebellion. So that's one thing about this is that this is all news to me. I don't remember the movie. But I guess it's a little more on that kind of idea of, well, what if the humans rose up and actually tried to fight the apes? The humans are able to talk in this. They're a lot more intelligent and sentient, so that's one difference.
And then the previous, from 1 and 2, especially.
So as far as the cast, jump down. First of all, the movie was made for $100 million. It made
It was a financial success.
$362.2 million, yeah.
And it was a merchandising success as well, should be said.
Let's see. We can talk about other people.
A merchandising
success.
Well,
one thing I found was interesting, Richard Zanuck came back and produced it.
Now, I think Richard Zanuck, at this particular moment, had produced some other Tim Burton movies as well, so they had a relationship. I know he did, especially Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, which was been after this.
Yes.
But I think him and Burton knew each other, and I think he said that it was kind of, he had produced the original film, I believe, as well. That it was like it was kind of an emotional experience for him to go back to this franchise and go, oh, this to redo it, and so I think he felt a lot of personal and professional satisfaction in that.
Yeah. So
now let me just say,
yes.
The movie is directed by Tim Burton, of course.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about Tim Burton here more in a little bit because he's a very important guy.
And as we're going through this cast, we can go through other people who are possibly going to be those characters. Mark Wahlberg is Captain Leo Davidson. It says here he's a virtuous astronaut who accidentally enters a portal to another world inhabited by talking humanoid apes. Captured by them, leads a rebellion of the planet's humans. As far as this, it says it's other people being part of this. It said Wahlberg had backed out of a commitment to Ocean's 11.
He was going to play the Damon role.
Yes, to take this role.
Another Boston guy.
Yes, other actor. It says other actors contending for the Leo Davidson role wanted to see a script before signing a contract. He signed on after a 5-minute meeting with Burton.
That almost never happens.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so to avoid evoking associations with his previous work as an underwear model as Marky Mark in the 90s, he didn't wear a loincloth, even though Heston, who wore one in the original film. I wanted to see here if there was other stuff it said about that role particularly.
Well, I think, and we'll go through this, some of the other people that were attached to this and who would have been the, quote, leads of this movie at various points. Tom Cruise was the name that was out there. Mm-hmm. Arnold Schwarzenegger was a name. I feel like, frankly, Arnold Schwarzenegger is the closest approximation out of the names that were thrown out there of the Heston-esque role would have been like Schwarzenegger in the 90s, basically. But takes on Mark Wahlberg.
I don't have anything good to say about him. The one role of his I feel like I really enjoy is The Departed, but in that he's playing
a
scumbag, who ultimately though is on the right side of he's actually on the right side of the law more than a lot of people are in that movie, I have to say, other than like DiCaprio. Because he actually wants to be a policeman. But as far as other people in that movie, he's actually a true believer. Like, no, you did something wrong. I'm going to get you for that in the end. One of the great final moments.
Yeah. Spoiler alert for The Departed, let me just say.
Do we want to talk about that moment? Or
yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so at the end of the movie, Matt Damon... It's funny. I guess he's like, I wanted that role in Ocean's 11, you know? Matt Damon comes back to his apartment. Everything has happened, and up walks
Mark Wahlberg
in like a jumpsuit, and like has like stuff on his shoes and has gloves. Like
he's ready to clearly
and
kill
he
him.
Like shoot, and like Matt Damon's like okay, and gets shot in the doorway.
He's ready to die.
Right.
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg has on a hoodie, and he tosses it up and walks out.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. And we always like to say, boys in the hood, when he walks out.
But it's got to be said at a particular pace.
Like, boys in the hood. Like, because he's like a rapper, I guess, like part
used
of that.
To be, yeah.
Yeah, used to be Marky Mark. But anyway, so I like him in that role. Also like his hair in that role. He looks like he's like, how would you even describe that? Like his haircut in that movie.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
it's like a college professor in the 70s.
Yeah.
It's like really weird. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't fit him at all. I love it. But yeah, he's a really pretty useless presence of an actor. I mean, I don't know. I mean, and it's funny because in the reviews for this movie, a lot of people talked about how pretty bad he was, or not even bad.
Now let me say this before I get into trashing Mark Wahlberg, which I'm going to do. The script doesn't do him any favors.
No, of course not.
It's not a particularly well-written role. I mean, most of these roles are very, like, white male lead of a blockbuster movie usually is pretty bland by the nature of the writing, but it relies on the charisma of the actor you get to play that, right?
Right.
If you get Tom Cruise or you get Arnold Schwarzenegger, you are getting a certain type they are lending their charisma and their star power to this type of role.
Right.
It should be said, I don't think Mark Wahlberg had played this type of role exactly in this lead of a big blockbuster type franchise movie by this point. So this was new territory for him, it should be said. I think Mark Wahlberg's whole celebrity, his presence, everything, is the living embodiment of white privilege.
Yeah.
Because, again, go back to Affleck for a second here. He's someone that I don't hold in high regard, okay?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Affleck at least has a certain star presence that I at least see as something that has worth or a certain level of value in Hollywood in terms of, like, you see him in, like, say, Armageddon, which would have been a little bit before this. He's not great, but he at least gives something, and he is like a presence that you have to contend with. Even in Pearl Harbor, again, a not great movie. Him, especially when you see him compared, kind of juxtaposed with Josh Hartnett, who Hartnett is a guy that I don't really have anything bad to say, but there's a reason that his celebrity did not necessarily persist.
Mm-hmm.
That it was just, he lacked that charisma that, say, Affleck did. And when you see them compared, you're like, oh, I don't necessarily personally think a lot of Affleck, but compared to Josh Hartnett, he does have a little more of a spark and charisma. Wahlberg, he has a certain, it's kind of been parodied on SNL at this point of like his attitude and his like macho mentality.
I think the only guy that's got a gun.
Yeah, speaking of things I enjoy him in, of course, The Departed. The trailer for Contraband I rewatch very often. I've not seen the whole movie. Giovanni Ribisi is the villain in that as well.
Oh, he's in that. Yeah.
Me and our cousin Philip like to quote a lot. We got you, wife.
Oh, that's
says,
from that.
He says
right.
in that trailer.
Yeah.
Wahlberg, and this is let's just even set aside his personal life, which we will be getting to here in a moment. Let's just set all that aside for a second. He offers, frankly, nothing of value to me as a performer. Again, in this particular movie, the script isn't all that there, but he still has to. He needs to be doing more than he's doing. And again, if you want to even get into his personal life, that in of itself is a horror show. He's been accused multiple times. Not accused implies that there was any doubt that he did it. Mm-hmm. That's not in question with this. Where not only did he fight and assault people, that they were specifically racial hate crimes, essentially. Mm-hmm. He has a history of this. We'll do a quick rundown of some of this stuff. I really love, by the way, that if you go to his career, it's separated into some of these. Music, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, advertising, film, business interests. I'm glad that's and that's another thing too. I think our cousin Phil, he was telling me about. There's this new like entrepreneurial show or something.
Wahlburgers
there's another one that was made.
It was his brother was on that primarily.
On the Wahlberg show,
right.
But on this other show, it's like he's this like represents this like entrepreneurial bro lifestyle and life set. You always got to hustle. You got to be number one. It's like this very just fake. He goes to all this crap in some way. Even worse version of some of this stuff of just like the vapidness of current culture. Yeah. Guess what? Mark Wahlberg's at the center of. In terms of the legal issues on his, as this says,
that's always my favorite part of any Wikipedia page.
You gotta go
legal
to legal
issues. Yeah, even if it's like they got sued for libel or it's even the most boring stuff is the most interesting thing.
In June of 1986, it should be said he was 15 years old. But I didn't do any of the stuff that he said when I was 15. He did here. He and three of his friends chased after three black children while yelling "Kill the N, kill the N" and throwing rocks at them. He then harassed a group of black fourth graders. Some of them were victims from the previous day on a field trip to the beach, yelling racial epithets at them, threw rocks at them, summoning other white males to join in the harassment. Civil action was filed against him in 1986 for violating them. It was settled the next month. 2 years later, about in April of 1988, 1988, yeah, that's what I said. Then 16-year-old Wahlberg assaulted a middle-aged Vietnamese American man on the street, calling him a, quote, Vietnam effing S, and then knocking him unconscious with a large wooden stick. And not that this matters at all. It wouldn't have mattered if he was on the other side of this. That this man was actually a South Vietnamese veteran who served in the South Vietnamese Army, which was in aid of the United States. Even if he didn't, wouldn't have mattered, obviously. But I just want to put that out there as well. He also told the police officers by identifying that victim, "I'll tell you now, that's the mother effer whose head I split open." He said he was high on PCP at the time. He said some other Asian slurs against them, I won't say. He was charged with attempted murder, pleaded guilty to felony assault. Tried to make amends with this after the fact, but it seems and that guy in particular accepted his apology. But then in regards to some of the other stuff, the first incident he tried to make amends for, the people didn't really have any interest in, apparently. So,
by the way, I want to quickly remark something that this is recent situation. Are you aware of the whole Morgan Wallen controversy at all?
What is that exactly?
He's this country musician who said the N-word when he was drunk or whatever. And he's apparently, this goes to show, I think he's one of the highest selling artists this year. Mm-hmm. That just goes to show what racist society we live in. Mm-hmm. And he still has even been kicked off a lot of services too, like Spotify and stuff. I think, I'm not totally sure about that. But somebody, a good personal friend of ours, told me when we were talking about that they said, everybody uses this stuff as an excuse. Oh, they were drunk. They were on PCP. That only further shows who you really are deep down. That doesn't cloud your judgment in the sense of your personal values and who you really are deep down. All comes out in those situations. So I don't want to use this as, I don't want to hear, I was on, well, first of all, you're on PCP? What are you talking about? But also, no, that shouldn't be used as any sort of excuse of, that's not who I really am. No, that is who you clearly really are.
Well, to be involved with one of these incidents would be damnable enough. Yeah. To be involved in multiple incidents shows you that there's something wrong with you. He was 15 or 16 years old. Again, I wasn't doing anything like that at 15, 16 years old. Most people don't. Yeah. Incidents as hateful and as antagonistic as that go beyond just being, that's your personal life, into being someone who should not be promoted as a presence. Yeah. It should be said, another thing we haven't mentioned with him is his whole role in Boogie Nights, which of course is from one of our favorite filmmakers, Paul Thomas Anderson. Now, that's not a movie in particular we really love.
Not really.
He has, in recent years, thrown a lot of cold water for his association with that movie and doesn't really want to take any credit for it, or doesn't want to be a beneficiary of that movie's success. Say what you will about the movie. Put that to the side. That movie greatly benefited him critically. Oh, yeah. And, really was a big reason why in the late 90s, early 2000s, he became more of an actor, or a bigger actor. And so
he would have gotten this role off of that.
Yeah. Primarily, so if nothing else, he needs to show a sign of respect and dignity in being involved in that project in terms of it helping his career.
Plus, he doesn't need to be pulling any moral high ground over that movie, considering all the things he's done, too.
Right. So do not like Mark Wahlberg. Do not really respect Mark Wahlberg. Again, one of the biggest things we like Mark Wahlberg being in is The Departed, which is an all-star cast. Yeah. It's literally like watching a home run derby. I mean, you're talking about DiCaprio, Damon, Nicholson, Baldwin, even Sheen. I mean, it's just got a lot of great actors in it. Him playing a detestable cop who's a dirtbag seemed like isn't that much of a stretch for him in terms of the dirtbag category. And another one of the most offensive things, I'll have you read this.
This is my whipping boy thing for this.
Another pretty offensive thing that he said regarding the 9/11.
And all those other things I had no clue of, and they're terrible. We just learned about that today.
Well, I've known about it for a while, but I was telling you about it.
He was. How did this come up anyway? Yeah, it says he basically. A lot of people might not know this. I don't know that he was originally going to be on one of the 9/11 planes. Yeah, I think it was one of the ones that went into the Trade Center, one of the towers of the Trade Center.
Boston to LA was the flight that was supposed to take.
Right, and he decided to leave a week earlier to see a friend's movie at Toronto Film Festival or something.
And it should be said just real quickly, this would have been immediately after this movie was released.
Right.
I mean, it was in the wake of that. When that,
this
of
movie
course,
came out in July of 2001, so we just barely missed it being a 20-year anniversary. Oh no!
No.
But anyway, he thinks a lot about it. You know, I get that. You know, but he says he had an interview in Men's Journal, which you know, that he said that he could have defeated the hijackers and landed the plane. And he
Read
said,
his quote,
yes, he said on being scheduled to be on one of the flights, said, and I quote, if I was on that plane with my kids, it wouldn't have went down like it did. There would have been a lot of blood in that first class cabin, and then me saying, okay, we're going to land somewhere safely, don't worry. He later did issue an apology about this, because this is obviously, I think this is one of the worst things about him because first of all, what this not only purports is this false sense of ego and
because I'm in these action movies,
machismo insanity.
I would have
but it also purports a belief, and it also
the victims were weak people.
The victims and says, "Oh, they didn't do anything. I would have done something." And you know, people always say hindsight is 20/20 and whatever. And I think that's the case in this sense. Is first of all, nobody on those flights had any clue what was going on, and also it's just flat out disgraceful, sinful, evil that someone would ever say anything like that about the 9/11 victims. It's just atrocious, and I can't believe that somebody said that. His apology. To speculate, and I quote, to speculate about such a situation is ridiculous to begin with, and to suggest I would have done anything differently than the passengers on that plane was irresponsible. I deeply apologize to the families of the victims that my answer came off as insensitive. I was certainly not my intention.
Kudos to his agency or PR team, whoever wrote that. Yeah,
he ain't that smart.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that, you know, because these acts of physical violence are, I think, objectively worse.
Yes, they are.
Because people's lives are being harmed directly, and the trauma that inflicts upon people. But to say that is a disgrace. And again, we're talking about the guy who starred in like the Ted movies. I mean, he's a disgrace. His work's a disgrace. What he's done to other people is a disgrace. The things he said is a disgrace. Mark Wahlberg, if you're listening, you, sir, are a disgrace. Anyways, is there anything else to say about him?
Nope.
Oh, one thing I was going to say, because I can't stand this guy. And again, let me just say, as I said, that, you know, I like to poo-poo Affleck to people. I mean, Affleck, is at least a thing, a presence.
Yeah.
I don't even trash Mark Wahlberg because I don't even think enough of him to like bring him up.
This is the most thought I've ever given to him.
But I was thinking like, who could be recast in this role?
Sure.
Who would be like better actors? And there were 3 people I came up with. Tell me what you think of these, because I haven't shared these with him. And I was thinking about at that time.
Yeah.
And these are all names that still work today. Denzel Washington.
Okay.
As an inversion of the Heston role. Think of that. For all the progressivism of this franchise, it's still yet to have kind of like a black lead in the human roles. You know what I mean? And Denzel Washington, I mean, we're not super huge fans of Denzel.
No, but I like him.
But he's given some great performances.
I mean, Malcolm X is one of the greatest biopic performances.
Even really recently, Fences, I thought a lot of him in that.
Good in that.
And
he's going to be in a Macbeth movie soon too, so that'll be interesting.
And you know what? While we're talking about Denzel, there's a meme that went around a few years ago of him as Uncle Denzel. That was him at like a.
It's like a basketball game.
Is it a boxing match or a basketball game? I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, on like a flat bill.
And I think him and Antoine Fuqua were doing.
They're like Magnificent Seven
press for one of their movies, or maybe the Equalizer movie.
Oh, maybe it was
one of them. I can't remember. And the interviewer, clearly, I mean, it's funny to see the images or whatever. Thought it was funny, and they showed Denzel like a picture of, the meme, and this was Denzel's own response to like the meme.
Denzel, you took a break to go watch the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight, and you became an internet meme. They put this picture of you up, everyone just started putting little comments called your Uncle Denzel. Did you see that stuff? How'd you feel when you saw yourself become an internet meme?
If I had my wallet, I'd show it to you. Because they didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, no one knew. No one knew.
They don't need to know.
Yeah.
They know now. Yeah, those who can do. Those who can't talk about those who can.
Yeah. I tweet, I say, I need to calm
I'm gonna say
down.
it again. Send that out. Those who can do. Those who can't talk about those who can.
Yeah.
Now, can you or can you not? Or you just want to sit on the sideline to talk about other people, or can you step up?
You know, coming out of nowhere off the top rope, being insulted
because then
by
it's so
that.
not funny. It's even funnier. But you can tell the interviewer's like,
and then Antoine Fuqua's just kind of nodding and shaking his head. I don't think he's like, oh, they know now, or like,
yeah,
like it's just like, why are you taking this so seriously?
Right.
It's meant to be a joke,
right?
And, I mean, you show this to like Tom Cruise or like most other actors, Tom Hanks especially, the white Toms. They would have laughed at it and go, "Oh, that's funny," even if they didn't really think it was.
If they would have showed the video
but if
of
nothing
Tom
else,
Cruise dancing at the BET Awards in the 2000s, he would have probably just laughed. Yeah, but anyway.
And Ving Rhames is his hype man.
Yeah.
But
he trusts her.
Hobbies
floats elsewhere.
But it's just really like, why are you taking this so seriously?
Right.
What is wrong with you? Anyways, it's just kind of hilarious. Anyways, Denzel has this like you know, he's done a lot of these action movies in recent years. I think he would have been a good candidate for that type of a role.
Yeah.
It would have been a little older, closer to the Heston age at this point than Wahlberg is, and could facilitate between like seriousness and also kind of embracing the goofiness of it at times. And I think he could have been a good role, a good version of that. And again, being a black lead in that type of movie would have been interesting. Second lead role I was thinking of a person to do it was maybe Ewan McGregor, who would have been at this point at the height of all the prequels he would have been doing for Star Wars. Yeah. If anybody can act amongst green screen or amongst goofiness, he's really a good one.
And later being the Men Who Stare at Goats.
Right.
Yeah.
Now the third one you're going to immediately laugh at, but just go with me on this for a second. Nicolas Cage as the lead in this
Well, I know you just watched Leaving Las Vegas
I think I would have
so,
said this anyways. I just last night watched Leaving Las Vegas for the first time. Which is a really good, actually a very, very sad movie.
I skipped out on that because I watched Heathers early in the day, which I might say more about
really
later.
Good.
Yeah, I'll talk about Heathers later, but
it's a really good movie. Yeah. Leaving Las Vegas is a deeply sad movie, and now anybody who knows me also knows that I'm not some over-the-top fan of Nicolas Cage. More often than not, I find him to be tiresome.
His soul is still dancing moment, though, is,
But, when he's good, he's really good.
Yeah. No, he's been good.
And he has been.
Moonstruck that's an early performance. But,
Adaption.
Adaption.
I'm not overly in love with Raising Arizona, but he is, I think, good in that as well.
What about him?
Snake Eyes, I like. I mean,
you got Snake Eyes.
Yeah,
what about him and Mandy about Crazy Evil?
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that movie.
Not crazy about that.
Or Evil in general.
Right.
But I mean, can you imagine him acting amongst these 8 characters as a human being?
Him and like Tim Roth going off,
and and someone who's like, I feel like he would like more than any of those other actors embrace the goofiness of what this is, and like, you could easily see him also being an ape, even. But I think him being a human, and over the course of the movie becoming more ape-like in his reactions and stuff would be something I would think would have been interesting to see. Again, I think the other two are more my genuine choices, but like in a alternate reality, throw him in there in the midst of all that. Him and Tim Burton likely would have got along because they're both nerds.
Well, and originally it was thought he might play Superman in that Tim Burton movie.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. So they clearly had a relationship even at that point. So again, I think Denzel actually would have been the choice I would have most wanted to see. I think McGregor would have been good, but then also Cage.
And you're definitely right, I think, on the sense of putting a person of color in as the lead. That is yet to happen, sadly, with these movies, and hopefully that'll be the case soon. I don't know, because they're supposed to be making more of these. But yeah, that all sounds interesting.
Anyways, Mark Wahlberg, disgrace. Moving on.
No, I don't feel bad talking bad about him, because he's made a career of being a not good person. So.
Yeah.
Tim Roth, general thing. I have nothing but good things to say about Tim Roth. How about you?
Yeah, agreed. And there's some of these actors, I can see them behind the makeup a little bit. And the makeup's fantastic, by the way, so I'm not saying the makeup's bad. I do not see Tim Roth at all in this.
Yeah.
Even the voice, I'm like, is that really him?
Yeah.
And there was a time I was like, when I started to become more aware of who Tim Roth was, like after I watched like Reservoir Dogs or Pulp Fiction, some of the early 90s stuff, I was like, is that the same Tim Roth?
Yeah.
And I had to get pictures that showed him talking about the movie, and I was like, okay, I guess people say that this is him.
But him in the movie, real quickly, he's a sadistic chimpanzee military commander who wants control over the ape civilization. Thade also intends to marry Ari, who's the Hell Bonham Carter character we'll talk about in a minute, but she denies him for his cold soul. But he's looking for souls.
Psychopath.
So in the sense of, he turned down the role, Roth, of Severus Snape in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, known here in America as the Sorcerer's Stone, because of his commitment to Planet of the Apes. Alan Rickman was eventually cast as Snape. Wow, can you believe that? Roth is that. That has just been crazy.
I think, I think Alan Rickman is fantastic as Snape. I think that worked out right.
Yeah.
But I could also imagine an alternate universe where Tim Roth was also an excellent Snape. I think he could have actually been really great in that role, too. So, again, in general, I love Tim Roth. I mean, I most remember him for Tarantino movies, but he was also more recently, memorably also in Twin Peaks, The Return.
And his kind of first breakout role movie was The Hit, that Stephen Frears movie with John Hurt and Terrence Stamp. That's a pretty good movie. Also, Eric Clapton score or theme, at least randomly on guitar. No, I love.
Speaking of other problematic people.
Oh yeah. Well, as a former fan of him,
but he's at least talented at what he does in his own way. He's a musician.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is in the way that you use it. Tim Roth.
Apparently, he had reservations about acting alongside Charlton Heston.
Let me see if I can find that. It was on here somewhere about that. I don't remember where that was now. Yes. It says during filming, Roth held a grudge against Heston due to his work.
It should be said, Heston cameos in the movie as an
ape. We'll talk about that in a minute. National Rifle Association said, very difficult for me. On one level, there's the man and he's my dad. Not really.
Well, he's talking about the scene.
I know that. I know he's talking about acting, but on the other level, the whole NRA thing is what it is now. I'm so against it, very vocally so, but it was inappropriate for the workplace. If I'm going to talk to him, I'll talk to him outside the workplace. So it was just two guys in makeup doing a scene. Roth later claimed he would not have appeared in the film had he known he would be sharing a scene with Heston. It's also probably the fact that he wasn't Severus Snape.
I'm not saying he doesn't totally believe that, but he's also probably in the back of his mind thinking about Harry Potter.
Yeah.
The money that he could have gotten from them.
And just the role.
Well, too. Right, no, I mean the role.
But it should be said, and it says here also that he rewrote some scenes to give his character a more frightening presence.
He succeeds in that regard.
I think, what I remember about this role, and I don't remember a whole lot, but he goes for it like crazy. Somebody wrote,
Peter Bradshaw,
I think it was in this one, which was a really funny review.
Very dismissive review.
Yes. I'm wanting to find where he talked about that, or was it in this review? Yes, he said but most over the top is Thimble Roth. Tim Roth is Thade, the fascistic ape soldier plotting for martial law and utter suppression of humans. His performance is impressive in a grand Goongal sort of way, but like everyone else's, it's a very distant cousin to real apes. There's no actor in this film with any sense of their stillness, their watchfulness, their grooming mannerisms. It is bizarre cartoon apery. Roth, with his macho snarling and aggression, doesn't look like an ape so much as a rabid dog, a pit bull on acid. Moreover, Burton has decided that Roth is capable of wire foo style flying through the air, a sort of crouching tiger hidden chimp. Let's see them do that at the London Zoo! !
That's just fantastic.
Amazing
writing.
A pit bull on acid. Love it. I love Tim Roth. Love this performance.
Yeah, and again, as a kid, I remember seeing clips of this on TV. I remember specifically.
Yeah.
I don't know if this video is on YouTube. I haven't even tried to look. I remember him on Regis and Kathy Lee promoting this movie.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid at my grandma's house watching him be interviewed and seeing some scenes from the movie. And as I was 9 years old at the time and being like, this looks demented.
It's
and scary.
Yeah, no, I mean.
And then when I saw the movie, I thought the same thing. So he definitely succeeds in this.
Yeah. Helena Bonham Carter is Ari. She is a feisty, benevolent chimpanzee who protests the way humans are treated. She helps Leo lead the rebellion. Burton met Bonham Carter while casting for the film, telling her, quote, "Don't take this the wrong way, but you were the first person I thought of to play a chimpanzee." They were in a relationship for 13 years and had 2 children.
Every review we read gave her kudos. And I think, and a lot of the soul of the movie,
basically the Zero
the extent
role.
to which it exists, revolves around her. And she's not called Zero, but it's very clearly the Zero stand-in or analog. love Helena Bonham Carter in general. I think she's a pretty great actress. And is somebody who also appears in a lot of very, quote, popular or populist things, but lends it a gravity that is oftentimes the roles, frankly, don't deserve. That she's really good at playing in these kind of bigger commercial movies.
Yeah, because she's even recently been Princess Margaret in The Crown. She's been really great in that.
Yeah. Love Helena Bonham Carter.
Yeah.
And again, every thing we read about this movie gave her props and kudos, so that should be noted.
Yeah.
Very famously, her and Tim Burton were, again, as you said, in a relationship, produced some children, and she's been in a lot of Burton movies over the course of time. I also remember her quite a bit in Sweeney Todd as having a pretty good
Of course,
role
one of
in that.
The biggest roles for her randomly is Fight Club, which is not a movie I really associate her with very much. But
I don't immediately think of that.
I don't really think about Fight Club very often anyway.
Objectively, the biggest, one of the bigger roles she's given. What are your impressions of her in general?
Oh yeah, she's great. I mean, she's not, and I feel bad because she's not somebody I think about an awful lot. But when I think about her, she's also really great as what's her name?
Bellatrix
Lestrange
in Harry Potter.
In Harry Potter. So yeah, she has been somebody who, of course, is very much tied to her former partner of Tim Burton's films, but has also made, obviously performed a lot of great performances in other works. So yeah,
was she in some of the Merchant Ivory movies?
Oh yeah, she was in.
Years ago?
That was one of her first kind of big roles. Was in Room with a View, which is not a very memorable movie other than Daniel Day-Lewis's performance in that movie, but she's quite good in that. Gentle Women, as him in that. But anyway, yeah, she's good. Michael Clark Duncan as Colonel Attar. One of the most memorable things about this movie to me. He's a guerrilla military officer and Thade's former closest associate and second in command. So something must happen. I don't remember.
All I've got, Michael Clark Duncan. In the late '90s, early 2000s, he was just in a lot of stuff. He played Kingpin in Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him in a lot.
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
And then he was in
Don't you put that on us.
He was always just a face that you're just always happy to see in a movie, a very particular presence.
Of course, before this, he had been in The Green Mile.
The Green Mile, I think, where most people probably associate him most with. And this, of course, he's in a lot of makeup. And he also gets to say the line,
"Take your stinking hands off me, you damn dirty human!"
Which, is a reversal, of course, of the Heston line.
It thinks it's so clever.
Yeah. He's always a presence you like to see. Yeah. All I got, we'll return to him actually in a few movies, believe it or not. At the end of the Ape franchise, we're going to do a movie that he actually plays has a role in.
I forgot he was in that. Him. The only other thing about this role that's important to note is that Digimon Hansu had turned down the role because of scheduling conflicts with a movie called The Four Feathers that had Heath Ledger, Wes Bentley, Digimon Hansu, and Kate Hudson. So
I had no idea that he was maybe going to be in this.
Yeah. Do you see the diamond?
Which it should be said. Mark Clark Duncan was a massive guy.
Yeah.
I mean, huge muscles and tall.
Right.
And Digimon Hansu, he's a fairly average body build, I think. So I think that in of itself was lending this more physical presence to that gorilla character.
Yeah. Estella Warren is Dana, I guess how you say that, or Dina, female slave and Karubi's daughter. She develops a romantic attraction to Leo. She's essentially the Linda Harrison role, but actually is able to talk a little bit more, but not a whole lot. She actually was a Canadian actress, fashion model, and former synchronized swimmer.
Okay.
She's done a lot of Sports Illustrated stuff. But she's mostly a model, but also was in this movie. Of course, was in television roles on Law and Order Special Victims Unit, and a movie, version of Beauty and the Beast from Australia. So don't really remember her a lot in the movie. I don't remember a whole lot about this movie anyway. But
she's basically the Nova part again. She can talk, but they don't do anything.
But can she sing? Ooh, help me, Dr. Zayas. Chris Christopherson is Karubi, her father. He's
read
killed,
his quote here, too.
Yeah, I'm going to read that, yeah. He's killed by Thade while trying to escape. He'd immediately agreed to be cast. Not even a 5-minute meeting, I don't think. He said, "The director Tim Burton is a hero of mine. I have 8 kids, and we've seen all of his films from Pee-wee's Big Adventure to Sleepy Hollow many times." Total hero legend.
Love Chris Christopherson. I mean, he's one of our great presences in film.
Yeah.
A musician. I mean, y'all love him as that as well.
He wrote Me and Bobby McGee. It should be.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring up with Chris Christopherson. Well, it should be said, Heaven's Gate is one of our favorite films, and one of my favorite things about
great
Heaven's
performance
Gate.
in Lone Star as well.
Oh yeah, he's great in that as well.
He's just great in everything. But anyway,
is the fact that there was a time and place in Hollywood where he was above the title Chris Christopherson in Heaven's Gate. I just love that there was a time and place where that was
like a
thing.
few years before that. He had a very minor role in Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, and he was in
the 70 Stars Born, and that was a bigger thing for him.
And he had been in Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid as well.
He's good. He's one of the best musician actors I can think of. He's a really good actor too. There was a profile written some years ago of Willie Nelson, written by, of all people, Ethan Hawke. There's a random aspect of this for Rolling Stone magazine that told a story backstage about Christopherson, another musician, and I'll read from some of the shortened version of this, not directly from the Rolling Stone article, but although he didn't name this Christopherson. Hold on a minute. More importantly, he began to feature article by recounting the 2003 backstage incident between Christopherson and an unnamed musician. Although he didn't name the second musician, he did say he, quote, had a monster hit about bombing America's enemies back into the Stone Age, which very clearly at that time would have been Toby Keith.
Yeah.
According to Hawke's first-person account, Christopherson and presumably Keith got into a politically charged argument backstage. The fight never got physical, but tempers flared. And then later on in that profile, again, this is about Willie Nelson, written by Ethan Hawke, but actually this story involves Christopherson and Toby Keith. As the legend goes, Keith came out of the theater's basement to wish Nelson a happy birthday. He then saw Christopherson and quote, "None of that lefty S out there tonight, Chris," a reference to Christopherson's left-leaning political views. "What the F did you say to me?" Christopherson replied. Have you worn your country's uniform? You ever worn your country's uniform? "You heard the question. You just don't like the answer," Christopherson continued. "Have you ever served your country? The answer is no, you have not. Have you ever killed another man? Huh? Have you ever taken another man's life and then cashed the check your country gave you for doing it? No, you have not, so shut the F up." And this was all at Willie Nelson's birthday party, by the way.
Willie Nelson was just like...
And the whole article is good and well-written, in part because, hey, guess what? It's Ethan Hawke writing it, of all people. Again, that's really random, and Ethan Hawke's at the center of all this. And then it talks about that Willie Nelson was just kind of in the corner shaking his head as all this went on. But then what's funny is in this, this is... Outsider.com published this shortened version of it. There's a picture of Toby Keith and Chris Christopherson smiling, having a great time. But
you know what's funny about all this too is I have to admit I'm still kind of a sort of pseudo fan of Toby Keith because we grew up listening to his music, and I've actually been listening to and thinking a lot about I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm good once as I ever was recently. I said, Dave. But I mean, he's a
complicated figure to say the least.
Because he has a lot of other views that are even contradictory to those things he says. He's a very contradictory individual about a lot of things, and But anyway, that's just.
I just love that story.
Love Chris Christopherson. Love that he was willing to go all the way on that too, and was like, "I'm calling you out," So Kerry, who wrote, I'm trying to say his name right, Kerry Hiroyuki Tagawa as General Kroll, a firm but fair guerrilla and former military leader whose career had been destroyed by Thade. Kroll becomes a servant to Senator Sandar and assisted the humans in their rebellion. He, of course, is in a lot of things, but was Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat.
Oh God, he's in this too?
Yeah. Your soul is mine. And of course,
the Phantom.
The great moment in the Phantom of just old pirate talk for
Sheila
Fire
Boo,
the Cannon. Sheila Boo. That David Proval. And he's a
last words.
If you have no clue what we're talking about, go watch all of the Phantom. You want to talk about wasting time?
There's a decent possibility of we will eventually do that movie, but anyways.
But anyway, he's in it. He's also in Pearl Harbor. He's in, randomly.
Shang Tsung is probably the thing most people are associated with. Yeah.
Fatality. Flawless victory. Like, anyway, Paul Giamatti is Limbo. This is just wow.
Just read all this, yeah.
A comical orangutan who works in the trade business of human slaves. Limbo is caught in the conflict between humans and apes and tries to bet his best to simply survive. Giamatti drew inspiration from W.C. Fields for his performance. While his prosthetic, this is my favorite detail, while his prosthetic makeup was being applied, Giamatti watched episodes of Ultraman and various Japanese Godzilla films.
That should be said. Paul Giamatti is one of my very favorite actors.
Oh, yeah.
I would put him in my top 10 of all time. I
Really?
really do.
Oh,
yeah,
I love
do.
him. No, I love him too, but
I just love him in every way. I mean, anybody who can do a performance as dramatically wrought as Sideways, and can be in this, can be in Billions, Shoot 'Em Up. I mean, the list goes on and on. I just really love Giamatti, and anytime he pops up in something, I'm instantly in. Just because he's, again, one of our. I'm not kidding when I say this. I'm not kidding around here. I think he's frankly one of our great actors, and he's in these very. He oftentimes is a character actor. He plays these supporting roles. Yeah. But he just has this very particular presence. We love to do his voice here and there. Just really adore everything about Paul Giamatti. Again, he's actually very much one of my very favorite actors. I'd put him quite easily in my personal top 10 favorites ever. Just because I just love Giamatti. And he knows exactly what type of movie he's in. He's under no illusions of what this is.
Ultraman and Godzilla films. I mean, he knows.
Yeah.
We'll
and
talk
also,
about him throughout.
I'd recommend, if you want a good time watching talk show clips, watch his appearances on Colbert, because they're both two massive nerds, and they love just talking about these random, obscure sci-fi novels that they've read, and they kind of joke about, you guys, can you just look away for a second? The audience is like, and this is like him and Colbert are like nerding out about whatever.
And it's like, also go find the him and David Strathairn doing those Greek tragedies where he's literally screaming like
some
a
of that stuff's almost disturbing to watch, because they're just like the transformations they both do to read those is extreme.
Especially Giamatti is just like, wow.
Yeah.
Real quickly, we're going to go through the rest of these. Jonah and Jacob, both uncredited as Pericles. They're the apes in the movie that are the piled in the spaceship. You remember that?
Right.
Randomly, one thing I want to say about this, of course, is that, it should say a trained chimpanzee USA Air Force program in 2029, working with Leo on the space station to fly space pods. He is launched on a mission that involves traveling through an electromagnetic storm.
Ooh, so I forgot, this is in 2029, so is this Bezos and has gotten to that point already, and then Elon Musk?
Maybe he's going to disappear.
Musk.
He only appears in a few... scenes interacting with Leo. One thing I want to say about this, of course, is named Pericles, which is named after the Greek statesman, Athenian statesman, who is kind of seen as not the father of democracy, but one of the major kind of like figureheads of Athenian democracy, and was a big figure in the Peloponnesian Wars, and was also randomly like worked a lot on on ships in Greek. He was like in Navy, Greek Navy. So that's interesting that they chose that to do that. Anyway, sorry, I've been playing a lot of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, so but that was one thing. Okay, let me jump back to that real quick. That was one thing they said also about video games. In that, let's jump real quickly back to that. The Nikki Q thing, where it said something about video games, like I don't do side quests and blah blah blah. I gotta say, I've been playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey off and on since May. I've put 130 hours into that game. Okay, but I'm doing everything. I'm a completionist. But it's like, in my case, and I'm not like a big gamer. I play games pretty regularly, but I don't like play a lot of games. But what I look at that is like, why would I play more games when I can just really get into the world that this is creating and really go all in?
Just reread what they said real quick. With narrative-driven video games, I often skip all optional paths. To be fair, many games feel bloated these days. Well, when you're spending $60 on a game, it better be bloated.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that is I've already spent that long, and it's still a long way to go. I might get to 200 hours. I don't know. And I'm not worried about it either, and I'm not rushing through it. So, But anyway, so I wanted to mention that earlier, so I just now remembered it. Other roles include David Warner, who... total hero.
Yeah, love David Warner.
In Titanic, in Twilight Zone, Twin Peaks, Time Bandits.
Didn't you have a voice in Batman the Animated Series? Was he Ra's al Ghul?
Yes. No, it's Terrence Stamp, wasn't
He had some role on Batman the Animated Series.
Let me look
I
at
can't
that.
remember.
His greatest...
Or Malcolm McDowell, was he the one who did? No, Malcolm McDowell did Metallo.
Yeah, let's see here. Batman Animated... Yeah, no, he was Ra's al Ghul. Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'd remember that as being Terrence Stamp. I don't know why. Of course, one of our favorite moments from him is in Titanic when he's got Leo DiCaprio in the bottom of the ship and he's like letting the bullet roll down and he's like, I do think this ship might sink.
I do believe the ship might sink.
Yeah, he's actually thinking about it, And then what I love is later he's like there's those scenes that they took out where he got beat up and he's like,
so it's like when the ship is splitting and like you haven't seen him in a little while, and all of a sudden you see him on the deck of the ship. Like there's all this blood coming out of his face, and you're like, "What's going on?" with you?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Anyways,
yeah. Lisa Marie as Nova.
She was in Mars Attacks. I remember as
right.
like the alien in disguise as a human that kills Martin Short. Basically,
Eric Avari.
Okay.
In The Mummy.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I can't remember who. Let's see. Is that who I'm thinking it is? I hope so. Oh yeah, that guy.
Okay.
Yeah. The oh my goodness.
Oh, I think I do remember him. He's like a human.
Okay.
In this.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Luke Arable. A lot of these names I don't. Oh, Glenn Shaddix, Senator NATO, of course.
I guess he's in ape makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Charlton Heston as Zaius and Linda Harrison as the woman in the cart.
Roddy McDowell had died, I guess, a little bit before this. Speaking of, this would be a good time for us to dive into the whole... Well, before we do the whole production history of this movie, let's talk about Tim Burton.
Okay. We're at 2 hours already on this introduction, so let's just keep that in mind.
Just keep going. I don't
care. No, I don't care. I'm just saying, if you're here, you're here.
I've made allusion to this, I think, in past episodes.
See, we don't live life on 1.5 speed. We just let it happen.
Yeah. And in some ways, I deeply resent the fact that this is our very first Tim Burton movie we're doing. That's just by virtue of the nature of the way things have been scheduled out. We will be doing another one, multiple ones we've already talked about doing soon, in large part because Tim Burton means a great deal to us as cinephiles. Growing up in the 90s and 2000s, he was one of the very first directorial names that I actually recognized several times. Like, oh, Tim Burton.
Yeah.
Tim Burton did this. Tim Burton did that. The Batman movies, especially, to me, are holy text. They're sacrosanct. They're above reproach. I mean, and Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Beetlejuice. I mean, those, especially those early movies. Even Edward Scissorhands. I haven't seen that in some time, but that meant a great deal. Was one of the first directors that I immediately associated their name with their feeling of their movies or their vibe of their movies. Spielberg was another one of those names early on that I first associated that with. For you, what does Tim Burton mean, especially these early films?
Without hyperbole, it literally means quite much everything to me. I mean, on a lot of days, my favorite movie just is Pee-wee's Big Adventure. And also Beetlejuice, which is the movie I've seen the most times in my life, I'm convinced.
Batman is likely mine.
Right, and that's one of them too, and Batman Returns.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that's really hard to, I think, sometimes describe why we love someone and their work because it's such a part of you. I mean, like you said, it's hard for me to imagine being into movies without having first been, encouraged by the work of Tim Burton to love movies. And what I think a good way to describe what works so much about him is even and Danny Elfman did the score for this movie.
Yeah, and they're many ways one and the same in terms of their associations.
And I love, and just
Nightmare Before Christmas. We haven't even mentioned that. Now he didn't quite direct that, but he did a lot of the design work, and Henry Selick.
Yeah,
another big.
But
90s
quickly to talk about Danny Elfman, big fan of Oingo Boingo. Love them. A great musical mind. But that I think a good way to describe what's so great about about Burton's first three films is even to think about it in the sense of Danny Elfman's scores for them. That Pee-wee's Big Adventure is this very carnival, kind of whimsical atmosphere of a score, but all these scores sound very like they're from the same person, but a very kind of carnival, whimsical, kind of childish score. And then with Beetlejuice, you have a very kind of rustic, violin, string-heavy kind of pastoral
and
horror.
It's
aesthetic.
not. It goes beyond the score, but then Harry Belafonte's music's
Yeah.
function in that
Right.
movie felt
Yeah.
very distinct.
Right.
Yeah.
And then with Batman, you get a very operatic, gothic kind of sense. And that what I'm getting at that is just those three movies, which are kind of the quintessential trilogy of personal cinema to me. They're in my top 10 favorite movies, all of those, but they're not even all my like definitively favorite movies exactly, even though they are. But that
they're of a piece
those
to
are
you.
yes, those are movies. If anybody had asked me what's your favorite thing in movies, it's those three movies because they revealed a world that is so exciting and enriching and fantastical, but also very real in their stakes and the humanity of them.
Yeah.
In ways that other movies, especially superhero films, are not as much. And to call that movie human sounds strange, Batman, because it's so outsized and cartoon and
I feel like it's one of the few movies that embraces the man dressing up as a bat as a
yeah.
fundamentally absurd, strange, bizarre phenomenon.
That a man dressed up as a bat gets all of my press. This town needs an enemy.
And by the way, we both did the instinctive
Tracy Walters
head, lean back.
Right, yes.
He does.
But no, I mean, like I said, it's hard to really, I think, express, maybe even without getting too even emotional about how much I love Tim Burton and what his movies have meant to me, and those movies particularly, especially Pee-wee's Big Adventure, which is a movie that. My other two favorite movies that would probably be above that slightly are Vertigo,
or at least on par,
on par, Vertigo and The Godfather, which are movies that are
you don't go to be happy.
No,
either one of them.
I mean, those movies bring me great joy,
other than understanding the power of cinema.
But that Pee-wee's Big Adventure is just a truly magnificent, magical, joyful experience of a movie. I mean, I think it's kind of the quintessential expression of what movies should be in a strange way, of being just a celebration
that's
of
a
life
great,
and all of its proclivities.
That's a great particular example. Oh, his birthday, I forgot, it's the day before yours, August 25th.
Daggum, I hate that. No, I hate it that it's not mine, is what I'm saying.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure is probably the greatest children's film or kids movie in the sense of you go back to it and you feel like you're 6 years old again.
Yeah.
You feel like as an adult you still feel that whimsy, you still feel that dynamism. And really to put again, I myself kind of similar to you think of those first three movies as of a piece.
Yeah.
That you see the progression of what each of those are. By the end of Batman, you're like, if you're putting yourself in the shoes of somebody at that time, you're like, what can't this guy do?
Yeah,
He can do a kids movie. He can do like a horror comedy kind of thing. And he can do like this big superhero movie with like Jack Nicholson. It's like, wow, like what can he do? What can't he do? I mean, just to run through some of these other
Edward
ones.
Scissorhands
Edward
after
Scissorhands
that.
followed up that in between Batman Returns. Ed Wood. Now, Ed Wood's not a movie that we saw as much, growing up.
I've only seen the whole thing once.
I've seen it a few times. That's a movie I quite like, and that was where him and Johnny Depp, actually Edward Scissorhands, of course. Of course, that's Jonathan Depp. Excuse me. I don't know why. Some people call him that.
Yeah, like people call him that so much that I sometimes
forget his true nature,
yes,
Jonathan Depp.
Jonathan Depp. Yeah.
And so, obviously, Edward Scissorhands was their first meeting up. Ed Wood, of course. Mars Attacks, that's also one of my
With
favorite
an exclamation
movies.
point.
Yeah, that came out the same year as
Independence
Day, and in many ways it's less absurd than Independence Day
Yeah.
is. Love that. And that was another movie for me growing up. Not quite on par with some of these other ones, but was a childhood favorite as well. Sleepy Hollow, that's a movie that I don't quite love, but I love the design of. And I remember the poster for that back in the day in 99. Heads will roll, one of the great all-time taglines. And being like, oh, wow, that's something else. Looks very scary.
Yeah.
And that's another thing, too. As a kid, his movies do a great job of that, and like Nightmare Before Christmas, which, again, is not quite his movie. It's Henry Selick's, but he produced and designed. they're great movies to prime you into being interested more in horror cinema and as a kid thinking this stuff is scary and it's disturbing in some ways, and I'm not going to take away from how bizarre some of it is, but it's like a stepping stone to other things. He's of course a huge fan of like the Hammer horror movies and classic Universal stuff and just like that whole world of horror cinema. And then later on, and like that's another thing too, is you get older and you kind of start to see the whole context of the time period in a bigger way, that you're like, you thought he was and you know, he has a reputation, I think, as being a very popular mainstream guy who makes weird arty stuff for random average people.
Yeah,
and he is considered the like a weird, quote, weird cinema.
Yeah.
Then you see like David Lynch though, and you're like, oh, this is that was the Goosebumps version of
the Stephen
King more mature version of this, and so like now we're both huge fans of like David Lynch, and I can't help but think that I was in many ways primed to eventually get into David Lynch due to the cinema of Tim Burton. It was a stepping stone to getting to that place. To run through some of these other movies real quick, of course, Planet of the Apes 2001. We'll be talking about that. We'll have it a little bit already. Big Fish, I feel like that was actually the Planet of the Apes was a blip, and then Big Fish was his last, to me, pretty good to great movie. I feel like that was, this is actually, and he made that in the response of his dad's death, and it's kind of about fathers and sons in a big way, and Ewan McGregor's really good in that of all things, so maybe he could have been good in this, Planet of the Apes, who knows, but that's a pretty good. Have you seen that, Big Fish?
Yes, but it's been a long time. So long ago that I don't really remember anything about it.
Then some of these other movies hardly elicit anything from me. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, I just frankly don't really care. We might have talked about that a little bit in the past. I can't remember.
Yeah, we did.
Whatever kind of thing. Corpse Bride is fairly well made enough, but whatever. Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. I actually only seen that once and liked it fine enough. I remember in the late 2000s, frankly, being more annoyed than anything about a particular group of people who really were into that movie. Alice in Wonderland is an abomination.
Yeah.
One of my most hated movies of all time.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Awful. Dark Shadows, didn't see that. Frankenweenie, good, fine enough.
That was an animated feature remake of his short film that he made even a long time ago.
Big Eyes, did not see that. It got okay reviews, but I don't know. I forgot about this. Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children, and then his remake of Dumbo for Disney. I think I think the problem ultimately with Tim Burton is he became an institution. He became a commodity. He became ultimately who everybody wanted to or expect him to be. This happens a lot in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson, I feel like, is a version of this now, although I don't think he's fell to the depths that Burton has necessarily. Should be said, Tim Burton is living probably a pretty good life. He's a millionaire. I mean, he's ultra successful in a commercial sense. But creatively, I would say, is fallen into a hole, and he's.
I don't think he'll ever get out of it.
Sadly, I don't know if he will ever again. Frankenweenie was a bit of a poke out of the hole, and it was like, well,
I think that's the last of his films I went and actually saw in a theater, and that's been a long time ago now. When was that?
2012, almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
There is no one in Hollywood whose creative success, I root more for to return to what it was than Tim Burton.
Yeah.
That's another strange thing is that a lot of these movies, we didn't necessarily see them as new things. We saw them on home video. We didn't get that feeling of going to the theater and seeing this as a brand new thing and loving it in the moment. That's something I really wish I could have been a little bit older and have cherished. What about you is, you've kind of hit it on already, for you is the descent of Tim Burton in a creative way, speaks to
and I used to be a massive fan of Edward Scissorhands, and I think I would still really love it. I haven't seen it in a long, long time.
I saw it a few years ago, a while back, and remember still quite liking it. So I assume I still would. Winona Ryder also was in that and Beetlejuice.
And now, I think now is the moment for me to very quickly discuss Heathers, because I just saw that yesterday. I know this is kind of a jamming this in here all of a sudden, but I've been thinking a lot about Winona Ryder since then. That also kind of feels sort of like a Tim Burton-esque movie, although more explicit. What a crazy, wild, amazing movie. I
it's
really
like a cross between like that movie is like a cross between maybe a little bit of Tim Burton, but also like Jonathan Demme of that time, maybe a little bit too.
Yeah, and I also called it in my review I wrote of it. John Waters meets John Hughes, like kind of like weird. Especially like I haven't seen Serial Mom, but like the way that Serial Mom looks a lot like Heather's, I think. But that mainly what I was going to say is just that one of his other, I think, greatest collaborators is Winona Ryder, who I'm a massive fan of. Really love her and everything. I actually want to do a deep dive on her now after seeing this, because everybody in Heathers is great. Christian Slater was quite great. All the Heathers are good, but particularly, obviously, it's Winona Ryder's movie and her world, and we're just living in it.
Right.
Yeah. So.
If somebody ever asked me what my sexual orientation is, it's specifically Winona Ryder wearing the Tom Waits shirt with a leather jacket on the premiere of some movie. That's literally the most attractive image I've ever seen of anybody.
Yeah, of course.
Let me just say.
She also worked with Coppola on Bram Stoker Dracula around this time.
It's supposed to be in Godfather 3.
And she like got sick or something. And
some
couldn't
scheduling thing or whatever, and then Sofia Coppola was that role.
And
a lot of people point to that as a big what if. Because a lot of people's whole opinions of Godfather 3 rest solely on Sofia Coppola's performance, which I think is not... I don't think, frankly, all that bad. She's not great, but she's not all that bad. There's other problems. But anyways, people bring that up all the time. So what if?
Love Winona Ryder, and her work with Tim, and I think she's very much like owed her career to Tim Burton.
And she's since obviously had a resurgence thanks to Stranger Things,
which is great.
She's really good
there,
in,
and she's one of the best things about it. Yeah,
and there's a whole meta casting to her, obviously being a star of the 80s, being in that.
Because one of my favorite movie performances is her in Beetlejuice. I think is amazing.
You see that her character in that, and even in like Heathers, and superficially they're similar. It's like, Winona Ryder playing a teenage girl, whatever, but they're very different characters. I mean,
and that's what I really love. It's only a year apart, and that's what I really love. Why I'm kind of bringing this up is because just the total difference in those roles, and I love both of them about as much as each other. I mean, it's interesting because that is a sense of her almost wanting in Heathers to be that person that she is in Beetlejuice, but she's not. But her whole life is one big dark room. One big dark room. But yes. So anyway, it's important to note, that obviously
they
Burton
both
has
owe
had
something
a lot
to
of
them,
Burton
each other.
Has had a lot of collaborators, and she is particularly. I remember. One funny thing though is I remember her in Edward Scissorhands. That movie starts with her in this really weird old age makeup. She was like 19 when she did, or 18 something when she did, and it's like her old telling her children about Edward Scissorhands or whatever. I think that movie in particular. That's why I'm bringing all this up now. Is an explosion of style, and it's kind of his most quintessential movie, I think, in a lot of ways, because
what's that?
Edward Scissorhands.
Right. Okay,
That I think that, in particular, there's that one shot in the movie. It gets tweeted all the time from One Perfect Shot, where it's like the mom in that movie adjusting her mirror on her car door, rearview mirror. And it like turns and she can see there's like the reflection of the castle up on the hill, and it's like her finger holding that with like pink shirt, and like on the car, and then in the like background of the frame is like the street in front of the car, and it's like a very manicured suburban street. I feel like that is the most quintessential Tim Burton visual. Of like, the and kind of a Lynchian thing too, of like the weird amongst the everyday,
right?
And that's very much what.
You said the term. He's a whole goofy artist.
Right.
That's like, I won't drop any clips from it in here, but go and listen to Kevin Smith talk about his like whole rivalry with Tim Burton, and that becomes the stigma. It's like, he's the dark, goofy outsider. But what happens when the outsider makes movies that gross hundreds of millions of dollars? I think this is actually what happens to the outsider. He becomes an institution, and you're not quite that same outsider anymore. And he would actually do well to like make a $5 million movie.
Yeah.
He's certainly capable of doing that. He has all the tools at his disposal that he could do that. But and kind of get more back to his roots and do something a little more mature, a little darker maybe than he's done in a while. But that's ultimately what he should be doing, I think.
I would
is
love
like
to see him
strip away and make something a lot smaller.
I would love
more
to see him do
independent.
something like that. Just an example. Put him and put Michael Keaton, who's worked with. And that's another person that owes a lot to each other. Kind of mutuality there. Put Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder as like a couple in a movie, and make it some kind of ghost horror thing. Just do that for $5 million, and because that's what I'm saying. Like, nothing against people he's been working with the last so many years, but you got like his early work really benefited from the performances.
Yeah.
It shouldn't also be understated how much that Pee-wee's Big Adventure is a Paul Rubens, Phil Hartman product too, and that obviously what makes that movie so great is it's a combination of those comedic minds with, we keep joking about it, but the visionary mind of somebody like Tim Burton, who's able to
how they fit within his architecture of the film.
How he's further elevate that story and conception into something, a road movie that is truly, totally its own thing, while also very much being a road movie. But yeah. So yeah, ultimately, I guess that's like you basically answered the long form question. What I was getting answer to the question is that he became Tim Burton and has frankly just become narratively and creatively lazy, which happens to a lot of artists.
Again, I think Peter Jackson's a version of that, not to that extent. Sam Raimi, I think, is another version of this.
These are all people who are originally connected to this movie, it turns out.
Yeah.
So.
And it honestly, I'm not trying to make this about someone else, other people, but it honestly speaks to the power of Spielberg, that how rare Spielberg's career ultimately is, that he, after decade after decade after decade, finds some new way to do something new.
Yeah.
And, he's made some movies we talked bad about recently in terms of like Ready Player One that I don't think anything of.
Nope.
But overall, the last few years, he has still remained to be a voice worth seeing and a voice worth hearing. Even Scorsese, again, people that over decades, they might have a stereotype of what their films are, but they still find some new way to innovate within that.
Yeah.
Somebody like Tim Burton or like Sam Raimi or like Peter Jackson, they kind of become institutions and are weirdly hampered by their own success.
Right.
And again, as I said, there is no one in Hollywood I root more for making that creative comeback than Tim Burton, because it would be so exciting to, in person, in the theater, get the experience I felt when I saw those films on TV and on VHS.
Yeah,
so
because that's something that we've frankly been searching for.
And again, it's kind of sad, but also it's like, well, we'll always have those movies.
Yeah,
no, else. And one of the joys I think about of fatherhood, frankly, among all these really tangential things to do with kids, is to show them those films and re-experience them for the first time in the eyes of a child.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because those movies, like I've said, quite literally still do and meant everything to me as a child.
So, we love you, Tim.
Yeah.
You'll never hear this, obviously, but we really do deeply love you. It should be said, the fact of him and Mark Wahlberg really hitting it off after 5 minutes is a very strange, bizarre thing, because those are not two people that I would normally...
He's from California, like suburban California, right? Tim Burton, and then like he's from... Boston.
He's a masshole, basically,
right.
Yes. They call it.
Yes.
Anyways, now we're going to try to do a Cliff Notes version and walk through
Wahlberg
what
through
it
this.
took to get to this movie, which is among the more bizarre, unnecessary endeavors in the history of Hollywood.
We're going to really try to go through this quickly because we know we just got to. I mean, it's not only that we just have. This has been a longer intro, but also. There's just so much here. So first of all, is in the late 1980s, 20th Century Fox was impressed with the filmmaking prowess of a man named Adam Rifkin.
This is where it all starts.
Who made a movie called Never on Tuesday, which I've never heard of him either. He was brought in to pitch some ideas, and he pitched, basically, he wanted to continue the Planet of the Apes film series.
It should be said by this point was dormant for about 15 years by this time.
And he said he could, quote, having independent film experience, I promised I could write and direct a huge-looking film for a reasonable price and budget like Aliens. So they commissioned him to write what amounted to a sequel, but it was more like an alternate sequel to the original 1968 movie, not to the other sequels. So he wanted to basically make a version that was like Spartacus, A movie we still have randomly not seen.
Yeah, we
Stanley
didn't do
Kubrick
that.
movie, which is probably one of the biggest movies we haven't seen. Where the ape empire, quote, has reached its Roman era, and that a descendant of Charlton Heston's character named Duke would eventually lead a human slave revolt against the oppressive Romanesque apes led by General Ezon, a real sword and sandal, spectacular monkey style. Gladiator did the same movie with the ape costumes. It would have been titled Return to the Planet of the Apes, and it was put on a fast track near pre-production. Rick Baker, early on, already was hired to design the prosthetic makeup, and Danny Elfman composing the film score.
Mhm.
So a lot of these people that hung on later on.
Yeah.
Like you said, Tom Cruise and Charlie Sheen, were in contention for the lead role, winning. So then basically, days before, it kind of fell apart because there were some creative differences between him and the studio. And then he kind of stepped away from it, and then Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh, who were married, I didn't know that until now. Obviously, that's just stupid me, didn't know that. Pitched their own idea with the apes going through a renaissance. So in the story, the ape government becomes concerned over the new artworks. So it's kind of like, this is blasphemy, the scene in Beneath where they're smashing all this stuff. But the humans are revolting, and the liberal apes shelter a half-human, half-ape from the gorillas. Roddy McDowall would have been enthusiastic about the proposal and agreed to play the Leonardo da Vinci type ape character they had written for him. However, the executive that Jackson spoke to wasn't a fan of the series and seemingly unaware of McDowell's involvement, so he turns his attention back to a film called Heavenly Creatures.
Which was one of his pathways to eventually making Lord of the Rings.
Okay,
basically,
right.
yeah.
So, moving on to the 90s now, in 1993.
There's different eras of the development of this
So,
movie,
1993, this was all in the 80s, pretty much, in the early 90s. They hired Don Murphy and Jane Hampshire as producers. Sam Raimi and Oliver Stone considered as possible directors. Sam Raimi, of course, off of the success of the Evil Dead films, and Oliver Stone off of his success in many things.
Yeah. This has been in the wake of like JFK.
Yeah. But he had signed on instead, Stone, as an executive producer with a $1 million salary. So in that storyline, Stone explained that it has the, quote, has the discovery of cryogenically frozen Vedic apes who are, in case you didn't know, relating to like the Vedas, the Veda era of India. Who quote hold the secret numeric codes to the Bible that foretold the end of civilizations. It deals with past versus future. My concept is that there's a code inscribed in the Bible that predicts all historical events. The apes were there at the beginning and figured it all out. Wow.
Yeah.
So he brought on Terry Hayes to write the screenplay entitled Return of the Apes. Who is Terry Hayes? He wrote a debut novel called I Am Pilgrim. I don't know. Anyway, we don't have time to figure him out.
Yeah.
Set in the near future, a plague is making humans extinct. Geneticist Will Robinson, I guess in reference to Lost in Space.
Will Robertson, yeah, whatever.
I think it's Will Robinson.
Yeah.
Discovers the plague is a genetic time bomb embedded in the Stone Age. He time travels with a pregnant colleague named Billy Ray Diamond to a time...
Is he like a groupie or a rock star of Neil Diamond or something?
A she.
Oh, okay.
A pregnant colleague.
Oh,
unless
Billy
unless there was something else going on there. I don't know. A time when Paleolithic humans were at war with the future of the planet with highly evolved apes. The apes' human supreme commander is a gorilla named Drac. Robinson and Billy Ray discover a young human girl named pronounced Eve.
Yeah.
Spelled A-I-V. To be the next step in evolution. It is revealed that it was the apes that created the virus to destroy the human race. They protect her from the virus, thus ensuing that the survival of the human race 102,000 years later. Billy Ray gives birth to a baby boy named Adam. Ooh.
I get it.
Yeah,
Do you get it?
Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the pictures of Adam and Eve are. Okay. Fox president Peter Chernin called Return of the Apes one of the best scripts I've ever read. I find that hard to believe, but whatever. Chernin was hoping Hayes' script would... This is a Fox president, so who knows how smart he was.
Yeah.
Was hoping Hayes' script would create a franchise that included sequels, spin-off television shows, merchandise.
That's why it was one of the best scripts you ever read.
Yeah. In March of 1994, Arnold Schwarzenegger signed on as Will Robinson with a condition he had approval of director. Chuck Russell was considered as possible director before Philip Noyce Noyce, who would later direct a lot of random movies, including some Jack Ryan movies,
Patriot Games, Clear Present Danger.
Yeah, The Giver, a lot of different stuff. He's still working these days, I think, too. So he's Australian. So
good for him.
So he was hired in 1995. Pre-production was nearly commencement, $100 million budget. Stone first approached Rick Baker, who worked on Rifkin's failed remake, to design the prosthetic makeup. Eventually went with Stan Winston.
Now, this right here, this next thing is my personally favorite stuff out of the whole development.
Oh,
of this.
another thing that Noyce directed was The Saint.
Right.
The action movie
Val
The Saint.
Kilmer.
Yes, that we watched here a couple years ago. Wow. Fox became frustrated by the distance between their approach and Hayes' interpretation of Stone's ideas. As producer Don Murphy put it, Terry wrote a Terminator and Fox wanted the Flintstones. Fox studio executive Dylan Sellers felt the script could be improved by comedy. Quote, what if Robinson finds himself in ape land, like Monkey Planet, basically, and the apes are trying to play baseball, but they're missing one element, like the pitcher or something. Sellers continued, Robinson knows that they're missing what they're missing, and he shows them, and they all start playing. Sellers refused to give up his baseball scene, and when Hayes turned down the next script, Sans Baseball, Sellers fired him. Dissatisfied with Sellers' decision to fire Hayes, Noyce left Return of the Apes in February of '95 to work on The Saint. So yeah, that we're going to see a resurgence of this here in a minute about something else
of baseball.
But yeah, anything to say about that?
Just like they insisted, no, this has to have this baseball scene in it. It's just very reminiscent if you ever heard Kevin Smith talk about his brief stint trying to work on a script for a Superman movie.
That would have been that Tim Burton movie.
Yeah. And the insistence, like, it's got to have John Peters or Peter Goober.
I think it's John Peters.
Yeah, was like insisting on there has to be this big gigantic spider in it or whatever. And then eventually he went to go see Wild Wild West, which he was a producer on, and saw this big giant spider, and so he got it out there. Yeah.
So Stone, meanwhile,
let's maybe speed through this a little bit quicker if that's all right. Yeah.
Stone pursued other films. Chris Columbus got brought on at one point. Sam Hamm got brought on. They wanted to do more of the kind of Pierre Boulez stuff. So that the Hamm script was about him crash landing in New York Harbor. An ape from another planet crash lands there. A virus happens. They basically go back to their planet of origin, try to find an antidote. Basically, all that had blah, blah, blah. A 74-year absence, the apes took over the planet, and it says, quote, the Statue of Liberty's once proud porcelain features have been crudely chiseled in the grotesque likeness of a great grinning ape.
Which I feel like a version of that is going to be at the end of this movie, yeah.
Schwarzenegger had remained attached. Columbus dropped out to work on Jingle All the Way with Schwarzenegger, it should be said. Then Roland Emmerich came on. Then James Cameron came on.
No, that's, other than Stone, Titanic, the biggest name to be attached to this.
And then he did Titanic. His would have drawn on elements from the original film as well as Beneath. But then he dropped out after the financial and critical success of Titanic.
So I don't have to do this.
Probably also he was interested in doing Avatar at this point, so,
Who knows, some of those ideas might have got integrated into his conception of Avatar.
So then, let's see, then Peter Jackson was considered, but he was wanting to do Lord of the Rings, so he did that. And also that Roddy McDowall had died, so he wasn't going to have anything to do with it. Schwarzenegger had left to do Eraser. Michael Bay said nah. And the Hughes brothers, I've never really heard of them. Yes, those directors of they did Dead Presidents, Hell. And they did From Hell, so they didn't
Menace
do
to Society,
So then, meanwhile,
it doesn't say much about this here, but I think this was in the midst of Tim Burton's Superman movie falling apart, and that was his whole labor of love and this whole thing, and that he eventually got brought on to do this. Now, again, Tim Burton, he's a movie nerd from way back. He read his famous Monsters of Filmland. He knows, all these genre stuff. Of course, he seemed like a natural fit in some ways for maybe doing a version of this at that time.
Right.
So he's eventually brought on.
Yeah. Then that all got focused on this whole idea of the Oshlayer, which is the planet, which is really Earth, I guess. But or is it technically, or is it another planet?
I think it is basically Earth.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, and it's all obsessed with that stuff, and They had some rewrites. Originally, it was going to be a similar ending where it was he crash lands at Yankee Stadium and they're playing baseball. I think that would have been interesting. I kind of imagining that. Okay, so do you remember the beginning of Casper Meets Wendy, the direct-to-video
Remind
movie?
me, I've seen this movie
so
several
you remember
times,
the opening of that movie? It's at that baseball game.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, shoot it like that, how it's this air of mystery, but it's like with apes playing baseball instead. Like, I imagine it sort of like
Imagine
that,
like
but...
one of them running the bases and then like sliding.
Yeah. That'd been hilarious.
Yeah.
Them chewing like Big League Chew, that whole thing. And then that's pretty much where it stops, where it kind of...
But,
the movie becomes what it is.
You mentioned this last
ultimately.
week. The comedian Dana Gould, who's like very funny comedian in his own right, but also a huge fan, a huge obsessive of the Planet of the Apes franchise in general, the original movies especially. But he quite likes, I think, the new trilogy's films as well. We're paraphrasing him when he said this. But he said something along the lines of, there has never been more energy, resources put into something that is so nothing, is so blah.
Yeah.
In your own memory, in your own conception, what about this movie is, quote, true to the Ape franchise that we've talked about so far? What diverges, and ultimately, is it a worthy extension of what we've seen with the past films?
Well, I don't remember a whole lot about it, but what I'll say is that in theory, it works in the sense of, I think a lot of people said it didn't do as much of this, but I at least remembered it still focusing on kind of the differences between the chimpanzees, the orangutans, and the gorillas, all that stuff. What the heck is all that? So that was a little bit... I still remember that being a little bit more now. Maybe I'll see this and it's not as much of that. But I feel like Tim Roth's character, the kind of militaristic ideas that were very much present, especially with, Ursus and Beneath. I feel like that's still a version of that. Otherwise, I think that just I'm obsessed with the design. I think looks all really cool. But other than that, I think it's just,
Soulless
is there a
retread.
soul in there? No. So I think that's what's so pointless about it. It's just a pretty forgettable movie.
Yeah.
Ultimately, and that, that's kind of the problem. You have more memories in the movie than I do. So
Yeah, again, I just remember when this came out, and I do remember, I think, seeing it in theaters as well. And I remember thinking it looked cool, but I'm a 9-year-old at that point, 8-year-old actually it would have been, and it looked cool, it looked fun. I had a good enough time. It did prompt me to see that original film, which I thought was good enough at the time, and then saw again later and quite liked again. But this to me speaks to the moment in Hollywood that this was released in, is that soulless is a facile way to say it, even though that's what it is. This movie isn't about anything.
Yeah.
There's no real... And you hear some of these other ideas of what the movie could have been. That has... Like, Oliver Stone's version would have been
them playing baseball is something different.
This is literally just like, let's just do that again.
Right.
And I think, I'm very fascinated with the Hollywood, especially the 90s and early 2000s, a pre-9/11 Hollywood, because you look at some of the movies that came out just that summer alone, or some of the other big hits. I'm going to go through the top grossing films of 2001. Some of these here at the top came out at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. It was conceived in a pre-9/11 world. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Philosopher's Stone, whatever you want to say. Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. I specifically remember that winter, those two movies coming out, and it feeling like this whole new world of fantasy filmmaking was on the cusp of happening. Even as a kid, I kind of saw, oh, wow, is this, both those movies that... Monsters, Inc., Shrek, Ocean's 11, Pearl Harbor, The Mummy Returns, Jurassic Park 3, Planet of the Apes, and Hannibal. And I'm not trying to pick on, because I like most of these movies. Specifically this and Pearl Harbor, and another movie that I hold dear and close to my heart that is also bad, Swordfish. You put these three movies together, and they kind of represent this seeming nothingness in terms of their messages, in terms of like, what are you trying to be about? What are you trying to say? Now, on the surface, it doesn't look like they're saying anything. I think that if you look below, they actually have things to say about the era in which they were made. But it's just this supreme kind of blandness. And I feel like after 9/11, the tragedy of 9/11 happened, which we've already talked about a little bit on here. So much of the blockbusters of the subsequent 2000s is when really superhero movies took on this whole even more pronounced light than they had, exploded, and these new chosen one hero narratives, and you see that even with the very first Harry Potter movie came out this year before some of that conception, or even Lord of the Rings. But this whole like brand new era of fantasy filmmaking that in many ways it seemed as though Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings were going to be the harbinger of in the decade to come, and certainly Harry Potter extended well into the next decade. Yeah. But actually, it would be the superhero films of this era. It would be, X-Men come out in 2000, a year before this would have been, and the X-Men franchise would have extended past that. You've got the Spider-Man movies to start the very next year.
Yeah.
But there is this general blandness of blockbuster filmmaking. I find at this particular moment, and every era has its bland blockbuster, so I'm not just trying to pin on this, but it just was interesting that, because I was trying to think, in a pre-9/11 world, what should this Planet of the Apes movie have represented at that time, and it would have maybe caught through.
Yeah.
This is coming after an era of Reagan, Bush 41, Clinton, a certain New World Order conception of the world in a post-Cold War era. I feel like the movie should have been about a version of the blatant hypocrisy of the ideals of the ape society in comparison to what it actually was. So something about the hypocrisy of that mixed with this whole sense of conspiracy / New World Order thing that took off in the 90s, that I think this movie would have been better to see a version of, but instead what it was just kind of this soulless retread of what came before it. Yeah. And that way, Wahlberg is the perfect avatar for this movie, because it is in and of itself this soulless retread that, for all his problems, Heston in that very first movie represented this kind of primal scream of the culture at that time, that this is not some sort of a primal scream. This is instead a very bland but well-made, air-conditioned, nice little package of a movie. Yeah, but you know what I mean? In terms of it lacks that passion, the vigor of that first movie.
Yeah. Yep. I'd say that. That goes
there
for me.
We go.
Yep.
Any other thoughts before we dive into this
just
commentary?
other than that, I'm really excited actually to be doing this, because it's going to be a revisit for me. So, yeah.
There we go. So we're going to take a brief break. You're going to hear the trailer for 2001's Planet of the Apes, and then we're going to dive right into the movie.
One day they'll tell a story, and some will say it was just a fairy tale about a human who came from the stars and changed our world.
In a world where freedom is history.
Where am I? What is this place? Get them out! And get them clean!
Brutality is law.
Rise when your master enters.
The powerful rule by fear.
Next, you'll be telling us these beasts have a soul.
Is there a soul in there?
It's disgusting the way we treat humans.
How the hell did they get like this?
What other way would they be?
If they see you on the street, they kill you on sight.
You stay here, you're already dead.
Where are you from?
United States Air Force. I'm going back. Bye.
Some humans have escaped.
Is there another way out of the city?
I can show you the way.
They travel with apes.
Declare martial law. We underestimate this human.
The hell are they?
The story is spreading through the villages. They all want to see this human who defies the apes.
Full division! Full battle ready!
It's over. There's no help coming.
You came.
Sound the call to march!
Get me the spaceman. Kill them all.
And here we are. We're back after a nice little Wendy's run we had.
Yep. Good times, good eats.
Yeah. Unfortunately, didn't have a tie-in, didn't have a tie-in for...
Like Hardee's or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although they later had Hardee's tie-ins for Planet of the Apes movies, like Dawn and Rise.
I think they actually did for these. I was just saying now they don't have any. Any leftover... You got any other leftover 2001 tie-in merchandise? What was this movie rated and why?
PG-13 for some sequences of action/violence.
All involving apes.
I guess.
Really quickly, I was trying to Google and see if there's any fast food tie-ins. We did see a Pepsi ad that had Giamatti in it.
Mm-hmm.
Why not sell Pepsi with this? So we're watching the Blu-ray, kind of the standard issue Blu-ray for this.
Yep.
Hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, this was the 20th Century Fox era logo I'm probably most familiar with in terms of the movies I saw that had it behind it. But remember that X right there for the X-Men movies? It would sometimes like glint like blue or a special X because the X-Men get it.
Yeah.
Get it. Now, we talked about this is, at this time the X-Men franchise would have been big. We talked about
like Sam Raimi Spider-Man font.
Which is a year away. One tie-in I could kind of sort of see a version of we talked about with Star Trek and Planet of the Apes would be Planet of the Apes and X-Men. They're both very politically conscious sci-fi. But Mark Wahlberg, Tim Roth.
That was an interesting transition from the stars to the ape armor.
Yeah. The movie's not all bad. It's got some interesting little stuff and moments. Using the exact same font, looks like, of the original film.
I'm kind of remembering this now that I'm seeing it, but it's just weird. It's interesting to watch a movie you haven't seen in a long time, and it's like it's all comes flooding back.
Right. There's our boy Giamatti. Yeah. It sounds very Danny Elfman-esque already. The score I'd kind of forgotten about. Glenn Shaddix,
hero.
We had who
was also in Heathers.
Yeah,
should be said.
It was a big era for him back then. Rick Baker, legendary, of course, makeups effects man.
Yeah, I think I'd seen that. Danny Elfman said this was the most percussion he had ever used in a score, which would make sense because it's Apes, Primal, whatever.
Colleen Atwood, I've seen that name a bunch. Costume designer.
Yeah.
Now, what is interesting is that Slade. What's Thade? Yeah,
not Brian Slade.
Yeah, right.
In Velvet Goldmine, no.
That you have a chimpanzee being a little bit more of a militaristic ape in this one. We obviously in the past the chimpanzees were normally the more low key, and the gorillas were the more aggressive.
Right.
It should be said too. This is the last ape film that will have actual makeup.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the next three will have CGI.
And they had said they originally considered doing CG.
But I think that was a big thing for Tim Burton that they have practical. Which they could have done at this time, but
it wouldn't look it.
O2 had the 1-2 punch of Dobby and Gollum as far as more CGI, fully CGI
and this
creatures.
Looks really good too, so it would have been a shame to have lost the work in this. Probably some of Rick Baker's best work. I'd
also,
argue,
too, O2, Dexter Jetser, from Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
But this is a clever inversion. It's like, spaceship. A monkey's in the spaceship. But
Pericles.
There's a little Pericles.
Who would later die in the Plague of Athens.
Not this ape, but the real actual Pericles. Although this was a real actual ape.
Yeah. Freaking out.
It's probably Wahlberg's older brother.
Yeah.
The little bit more mature older brother.
Right,
than him.
yeah. Put that on 1.5 just because it's funny.
Yeah. If we were just watching this by ourselves without this podcast being on, we would have stopped and did that and requisite laugh and then move on, you know.
Yeah. This looks like the Naboo blockade Trade Federation ships or something like that.
It does.
What did that say? I didn't even see it.
Oberon, Space Station Oberon or something.
2029?
2029, that's the year.
Mm-hmm.
Which at this point would have been, nearly 30 years away.
Yeah.
And now being 20 years later, it's not even 10 years for us.
Yeah.
Rocket envy.
Mm. Is that what he says when he bullies people?
Yeah.
He's like, they can handle it. Like, they're in hand. It's like, what?
Yeah. The female was actually the aggressive one. Role reversal, like, you can tell that's what it's going for.
A real interstellar moment.
Yeah.
Except happier.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I love it. It's 2029. It's the most 2001 era fashion ever.
We forgot to mention the
VHS intro.
Yes, the VHS intro. That it had Super Troopers and like behind enemy lines on it, like a real era of.
Speaking of, did you say it had "Dude, Where's My Car"? I think too.
I remember it having it, but I'm not certain that it did. But.
I remember this is a few years ago now, but I was channel surfing as I'm prone to do, and ran across "Dude, Where's My Car," and I never formally saw that whole thing beginning to end when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
But seeing that was a literally surreal experience in terms of, oh wow, the world used to look like that.
Right,
and I remembered it and just totally got in the fashion and the way the living rooms looked and just like everything. But
that guy,
is
in everything.
The Mad Men,
and
the Oklahoma crew, the whole sick crew there. So it's just like, Bill Clinton thrown in there. It's like, that would have been like 30 years ago at this point, but it's like contemporary to turn of the century. He's a renegade. He's a maverick.
Well, the monkey, the monkey goes, you don't. Like, it's funny, that like, I guess the whole point of all this is that, we're going to send stuff into an electromagnetic storm. Like, that doesn't really sound like a good idea,
Let's check it out, see what's there.
Yeah.
Like, I feel bad for this little monkey here.
Yeah.
Little ape, excuse me. Because as they point out later, monkey's like a slur to the apes. Yeah, that guy, he plays a lot of that voice over there. Saw him earlier. He plays a lot of military roles. He's a lot of Michael Bay movies, the Transformers movies. Have you seen Pain and Gain
No.
That's another role that Wahlberg's half decent in because he also plays yet again a scumbag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some 2001 inspired stuff here.
It's not as good as 2001, but that's a tough bar to clear. There's like maybe on its worst day a handful of movies that could compete with 2001 ever, but so.
You got a monkey in a ship. That's what's wrong.
Yeah.
Excuse me, ape.
Yeah.
There's a surge in the heart and he's scared. Light him up again. He's trained to come back to the overrun.
You think he's still alive?
Sir. For now, we just sit tight and wait.
I'm gonna run some sequences in Delta Pod, see if we can figure out what you do.
That's another thing that's immediately being reminded about this movie, and I remembered anyways, is that Wahlberg's character doesn't have any of the world weariness of like Chet Heston's character.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have. He's just spaceman guy. Like there's no real personality to his character other than he's a maverick. He cares about his monkey friend.
Yeah. The only one who can speak his language, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this early on. It's already like he goes out because his ape got lost, and he's like, I'm going after him, and that's how all this starts. Like, okay.
Going off road. So I guess that's his only. Now thinking about it, there is the one dimension of his character so far is like, even his monkey friend he likes. He's like, oh, he's not like me. I'm a human.
Yeah.
Like he was saying that earlier. So that is his dimension as a character. Like, oh, he's an intolerant bigot. That fits Wahlberg pretty good. So not doing what he knows.
Well, there he is. Don't you just hate those electromagnetic storms?
Mm-hmm. Imagine how terrifying that'd be in space to actually go through something like that.
Yeah. Well, he can't think very well, so doesn't know what fear is. Oh, look at that. Beep, beep, beep.
Warning. As,
yeah.
X2 taught us.
Right.
The X-Jet in that.
The X-Jet.
Not the Quinjet in the Avengers.
I don't even know what that is.
Invented
I remember that
Anthony
moment.
Quinn.
Right.
I'm getting a Mayday. Looks like something from Until the End of the World. Those images from that.
Yeah. But that was like him screaming it, though.
Now we need Vim
from
Vendors,
the future.
Planet of the Apes.
What the hell is going on?
Oh, like Space Storm thing. Mo Bob. Well, yeah.
Beep. Beep, 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 beep. Fried. I mean, Burton's had a history with that.
Yeah.
Fried. Is that what you heard? Okay. Yeah, I basically already said this. This movie really gets right to it, don't it?
Yeah.
It's just like, well, There you go. That is something I do remember about this movie randomly, I'll say, is definitively, is I always remembered, he, like, wears his, like, spacesuit the whole movie. Like, he doesn't do the loincloth thing, like, you know?
Now, I don't know. If I was in that ship, I think I would have landed it fine, but, you know, that's just me. I don't know.
Right.
You know.
You're not even trained,
No,
you know?
but...
You know, I wouldn't have jumped in it and been like, oh, I'm going to go out in space and go in this electromagnetic storm, but, you know, that's just me.
Yeah.
That's just how I live.
Where did they shoot this movie at?
Well, I was looking, and it was like some in Hawaii, some in like California, like you know.
Remember the locations look pretty good.
Yeah. Well,
I ain't going back.
Ain't gonna get that back.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah. Looking here about where it was filmed. Some of it was also at Lake Powell, where the first movie was shot.
Okay.
In Culver City, California. Lava Plains in Hawaii, and the Trona Pinnacles at Ridgecrest in California. So yeah, pretty much.
Lava Planet, I think. Lava Planet? Monkey Planet? Like...
Now, this scene's always been the most memorable thing in the movie to me. It scared me when I was younger, when all these apes start running.
Christopherson coming out of the woods, yeah.
But all these apes running after him.
Yeah.
Is like, and they're like jumping out of trees and stuff. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, that would be freaky.
Yeah.
Like, just...
that moment specifically, I remember, was like real scary to me.
The chittering before the hooting.
Right. It's like he's Batman in an Arkham game.
Yeah.
Like. What?
Throwing children in a sack. Jeez. I gotta say, the makeup for these apes is probably the best it can look in a non-CGI context. And I might argue next week that maybe we'd be better off if we would have stuck with this whole look. But, you know, we'll talk about that later.
They look like they're wearing the helmets of like soldiers of Gondor or something.
Yeah.
Like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, okay.
It's probably not that long.
How is it that dark?
That whole sequence of when Taylor lands in the first movie and when him and his astronaut buddies are just walking around feels like it's like 20-25 minutes. I know it's sure not that long. This immediately just jumps us into this, you know.
I know that's all everybody wants to see, I guess. Yeah, we're 17 minutes in.
Here we go.
His big moment.
Mm-hmm. What is this?
I can hear Tim Roth's voice in there.
Yeah.
And I can tell, it's a weird thing to say, those are his eyes, clearly, but... That's something we still think about and talk about, but...
Ape City. I don't know if that's what it's called.
That's what's always been called. Ape City.
It's straightforward, easy to remember, I guess.
Yeah.
Apeville, Ape Town, I mean.
Now, I do remember this scene coming up where they're branding them
Yeah.
That's always been memorable.
Some great ape kids moments coming up here.
Oh,
later.
Of course. We still say that, too. Not as much as we used to, but...
Right. Looks like a kid smoking a pipe. It's probably not a kid, but...
It's like Whoville and like Dr. Seuss, the Grinch movie around this time.
Directed by Ron Howard Newman.
Meanwhile,
John Campbell.
Their culture.
Yeah. Ron Howard's playing the Apes. That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Would it though have been? I don't know.
Okay, like, ha ha ha. I love Christopherson. I love that
That guy's out of
Christopherson
commission.
is already looking like that guy who gets his head smashed against the prison wall and Mark of Zorro or Mask of Zorro, and then they like hold his head up, and he's
right. He does look like him. Yeah. That's what they were going for, you know.
Yeah. Well, like a good movie. Yeah.
Here we go.
This moment.
So he actually said human lover.
Yeah,
we thought for the longest time. This is a revelation.
Yeah.
We thought he said, "You're not my mother." Which frankly would have worked also, but
wow,
human lover.
Never imagined that was what he said.
This is the benefits of
Look
subtitles, I guess. Here we go, our boy.
Who told you you get those from? My father.
Yeah, my father.
Yeah, he's wrong. Very, very wrong. Like they, like we read on the Wikipedia page, apparently he and Burton discussed about whether to make him more likable by the end, and they were like, "No, that would just be lame," so they didn't do it. So
I'm gonna read that actual quote.
Yeah.
Here. There's another idea Giamatti had. We might talk about at the very end.
Yeah.
Actually.
Oh yeah, we forgot to talk about that. I wonder why they decided not to make sequels to these, because it made the money.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes weirdly, things like that fall through the cracks, and there's people come and go from the studios. And
yeah. So weird.
Limbo's Paul Giamatti character, quote, was supposed to turn into a good guy. There was supposed to be this touching personal growth at the end, Giamatti reflected. But Tam and I thought that was kind of lame, so we decided to leave him in a jerk into the end. Leave him as a jerk into the end. So,
wear gloves when you handle humans. Whoops. What?
It's kind of funny. It's like this girl,
yeah,
clearly ape girl wearing like a human dress, basically. If you find the time, go look up Steve Harvey's conversations with
we won't
Michael
play
Clark
that on
Duncan.
here, but
yeah.
I'll just say 10 million.
Yeah, of him talking about him being in the movie and for how much and all that. Yeah, look that up. I'm all for free speech as long as they keep their mouth shut. It's pretty funny.
The stay-at-home mom. What?
He's doing that to his own daughter, like.
What? Why'd he even do that? What? He did a real life. What do you know about? Like,
I know. I remember as a kid, this was always so weird to me. It's like, treating a human child like that.
yeah, because that's one of the things this movie is definitively has a message about. I guess is some
Animal
like,
abuse,
animal rights, and
yeah,
you stink of humans.
And that's a piece of the puzzle, but they don't necessarily make the whole movie about that.
No, they
don't. Or
No.
do anything bigger. That. But it is an element there, yeah.
And the movie tries to have a whole kind of slavery thing with this kind of slave trader character, but like, you know.
Like, I can kind of see Helena Bonham Carter's face
Yeah.
under that.
No, there are, and I can see Giamatti in
Yeah.
this, but... And Michael Clark Duncan even, but Tim Roth, it is pretty unrecognizable.
Yeah, there's that Brandon scene.
Yeah. Okay.
How bored he looks with all this.
What?
Classic exposition dump
Yeah.
line. I do the job that nobody else wants.
Like he's that sad about it.
Yeah, I think he's probably secretly happy. Again, thinking about Helena Bonham Carter and Mark Wahlberg and even a film romance.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Dark chocolates and Helena Bonham Carter.
What we need to see Giamatti play is like an old school mad scientist, like in something.
Yeah. Kind of like in quotes Dr. Frankenstein in Day of the Dead, that kind of character.
Like something along the lines too, maybe like Charles Lawton and Island Dr. Moreau.
Yeah. Well, Isle of Lost Souls is an Island of Dr. Moreau.
Right, that's what I meant.
The adaptation.
Who's this supposed to be? David Warner.
Yes.
Yeah, I can tell by the voice.
Yeah, you can see him there too.
Those noses are very impressive too.
Yeah.
On these apes.
Especially from General Thane. And you better be nice to him. And wash your hands before dinner.
Anything else? Wahlberg's face.
Yeah. There's old Glenn Shaddix.
This is just mind blowing because I never knew this was him. Yeah. Now I can hear him though. Yeah.
Guess he's. I gotta have Glenn in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Kind of attitude.
Throw him a bone. Yeah. You know, he's very.
Throw
Is
him
he
a
only
bone
like
of
a
his own.
episode or two of Seinfeld? I remember.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You know what's really funny about him, and we're not going to talk about Beetlejuice right now because, you know, we'll have time to talk about that later. But his performance in that is so strange because he's like from Alabama, Glenn Shaddix, but he's like playing a Manhattan yuppie.
Yeah,
and
right.
he's still mostly got his southern accent for the most part. You know, which is kind of interesting, but. Okay. This movie's going by way quicker than I remember it when I was younger, too,
Yeah.
because when you're younger, time moves
slower.
Yeah.
Say what?
Huh?
Oh, cool. That's something nice to say to somebody you're visiting. You agree, yes?
Yeah.
All right, Barry.
Yeah.
Ape water.
Yeah, really. And all the adults are like, ha ha. Like,
ha ha ha.
I remember when he wanted to bomb Vietnam. You remember that? Yeah, that was funny. That was a funny old time, wasn't it?
Loose nukes, you know, that was the age, you know. Okay.
Now, what are you asking me? Like,
yeah, he's an appreciator of art. You can tell.
Ooh.
I feel like I've ever seen that in some TV spot or something.
Oh, really?
I think so, yeah. Big moment coming up.
There he is.
Mm-hmm.
Meta Wahlberg's career.
Yeah.
And the answer is no. Like,
The scent is being laid. He don't like them. Who's the actor in?
I'm wondering because they look really familiar to me.
Yeah. It's one of the most randomly hostile dinner scenes I've ever seen.
Oh, that's that Tagawa.
Okay,
Actor.
yeah.
Ancient pirate talk for Fire of the Cannon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I can kind of see on his face, I think, somebody look familiar.
Yeah, because I kept staring at him. Like, yeah, I've seen him in something.
That would be a useful skill to be able to write with your feet.
Yeah.
And you're married.
Doesn't
right?
really make any sense why he would care about her, considering her political stance is so archly different than his.
Yeah. They don't go overboard, but every once in a while these actors will be having a voice or whatever, but be acting ostensibly normal, then throw in a random ape mannerism, and then they'll just jump off like the veranda, so to speak. But.
Okay. Okay, like Ancient pirate talk for Fight of the Cannon.
For 20th century folks want you to go ape. Huh? Like
Gina Boo.
David Proval, he could have, he should have had some. I don't know if he would have been an ape or a human, but
he'd have been a human.
Probably in The Sopranos around this time.
Yeah.
Season 2. As in my dad.
Okay.
Leaving Ape City.
Yeah.
I think going to Apeville next door.
The Bullet Farm or something.
Yeah. I think he kills both of these guys for no reason, or I guess to preserve some secret or something like. No dream, sir.
It's interesting. He kind of does look.
This looks like a very Tim Burton image, by the way. Just looks like something else, Sleepy Hollow.
That Tim Roth in this actually looks a lot like Caesar in the new movies. I'm realizing, and kind of sounds like him too. So. He's gonna go full ape mode.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna go ape shite.
Ape fiend.
It's funny they don't have any guns.
Yeah.
In this movie. These movie.
Mm-hmm. These move.
Go to see them movies.
Yeah, and there was a video game tie-in to this movie. I remember that being a thing, but I didn't play that one at all.
I'd like to go back and play that at some point. Just as a
apparently there's a
fan.
recent one made too, I know, for the new
that
ones.
one was a little more like kind of like those episodic games, I don't even know what you call that, but basically essentially movies, sort of like a point and click. I get like a newer version of that.
That's her brother, I guess, and then their buddy. I don't know, like.
Okay.
What a motley crew.
A house human.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I forgot all about this.
Are you serious?
We got like a bong, like.
Yeah.
I love it said rock music basically too in the subtitles, like.
Wow.
Ape rock. I mean, we had wizard rock because it was a whole thing. Why can't we have ape rock? Ooh.
Yeah.
Forgot about this nastiness. Like.
We would definitely be putting on this one 1.5 speed, but.
Wow.
Totally don't you think it's interesting to go back to the speed up thing? We just can't leave that alone on this podcast. That
got his little ape wig
and his little dentures. Yeah. That people like that would say, "Well, go to 1.5." I'm like, why not two?
Yeah.
Well, oh, that's too much.
Why not 3? Yeah.
And it's just like, where does it end? What's too much? What do you mean too much? Like,
meanwhile,
I love we're getting to see this whole like, this is what life is like at night for these apes. Like, what?
Depressing that is.
Mm-hmm. It's a really weird looking ape girl.
Not a lot of personal space between these homes. They're just kind of right on top of each other.
Come with me.
It's all coming together.
Gina Boo.
Oh, Christopherson's wounded. He ain't gonna make it.
Well, he freaking got his back like broken earlier, basically. Got slammed up against the rock wall.
Mm-hmm. It's actually just dawned on me. This has been the first time I would have seen Christopherson, and for like a good amount of years, I was, he's the old guy in the Planet of the Apes, but I don't think of him in this as much anymore. But
Fire the cannon. Your soul is mine. Huh?
Or if that's his pickup line in the clubs, like Wahlberg, Marky Mark.
Okay.
Yeah. Think you only ape that's got a gun? Like.
Well, they might be if they do have one. Okay, we need to get going here because there's apes coming.
Yeah, like we can come to this negotiation of principles later, but
Bon.
Sorry, Bon.
Look, Chris Christopherson's just in this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, again, big fan of director Tim Burton, as he said. No, I haven't.
Real convincing.
I think this is where he gives himself up, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll be right beside you.
Right behind him.
Yeah. Bones breaking. Wow. If only that would have been gas that could have lit them all up and killed them all. But.
Sword slashes flesh.
So he just
body
like showed
thuds.
up out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a bad idea.
Oh. My bae. Even though I'm married.
I saw myself.
Beat their chests.
Okay. Oh, I thought that was just like an ape doing that in the city somewhere. Like, yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
Outside of Ape City. Outskirts of Ape City.
But yeah, that Randy scene with Glenn Shaddix, like, I don't know. Huh?
Let me go.
Big summer for him, by the way, because he's in Pearl Harbor with nothing role really, kind of background, pretty much.
Fire the cannon.
Back where we started. Now we got to just dig, this space technology out of the water, reactivate it, get us all out of here. Bums your uncle, Has to jump midair.
Yeah.
Can't just walk over quickly or run.
Well, Mark Wahlberg knows all about racial epithets, so I guess this is pretty normal for him.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong? Apes are afraid of the water. They can't swim.
That's why every day we pray for rain.
Okay. Prayers for rain, as The Cure once taught us.
Yeah. Maybe that was some of that ape rock they were listening to, some Cure variations,
I don't think it sounded anything like that.
I'm saying,
down through the centuries, like... Do what?
The corpses of, I guess he threw them in.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Fried,
Yeah.
Look.
Fried. Is that what you heard?
Oh, we could have had Nicholson be like an old monkey in this, or ape, excuse me. Martin Short ape, I mean. I'm just now thinking of Mars Attacks character. Rod Steiger ape. I don't know if he was still alive by this point. Probably was. Just barely. Rod Steiger passed away in July 2002.
Nope, he got a gun.
Mm-hmm. Remember, I think that was a toy or some tie-in action figure thing. I remember, yeah.
What is that? Messenger. Keeps an open frequency for my ships so I can talk to them. sorcery, it's science.
It's not sorcery, it's science. Imagine, like, Wahlberg being a man of science. Like,
yeah.
Oh, we'll love to triangulate the position moment.
Your apes permitted to fly? Our apes live in zoos and do what we tell them.
Hurt his feelings.
Exactly 36 hours to run into with my friends and I'm out of this nightmare. What happens to us? Where do we go? We're going nowhere. This one still belongs to me.
Love how big he is as an orangutan. He can still jump around and be as able-bodied as he is.
Wow. And he was just like, whatever.
You know we bringing Giamatti along.
Oh, does he go along?
Yeah.
I forgot that.
That's what should have happened in Jungle Cruise. He should have been, you know, that was one of the biggest problems with that movie is more of him.
He is extremely smart. You know, I've heard her talking about apes and humans, separate but equal, to each his own. Oh, something like that, right? Look, whatever it is, I agree with it. Can't we all just get along?
This is the second Tim Burton movie that has that line in it, you know.
After Mars Attacks, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the end of that.
Shut up! Goes for all species.
I wonder if Wahlberg says that to his kids when they're in the minivan.
He's like, it goes for all species. Like, that goes for all the feces. Like, because he's talking about himself.
Yeah.
Because he is crap.
With all due respect, of course.
Yeah. I didn't know if y'all could tell. We don't like Mark Wahlberg very much, so.
Yeah.
Sure. Declare marshmallow, what?
Declare Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, what?
Mm. I'm gonna have to think about that one.
Yeah.
What a masterclass performance, like, in overacting, you know? He's so excited.
Yeah.
That's like when you get to open one present on Christmas Eve, you know, like before Christmas morning, like. And it is funny, yeah, that these gorillas are taking orders from a chimpanzee.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way,
yeah,
on his deathbed.
need you on this. Don't look like it's that big of a warring party, but
No.
you know, whatever.
Zoos where you find our last few apes. What happened to them? Gone. After we cut down their forest. The ones that survived. Lock up in cages for amusement. Leave for scientific experiments.
That's horrible.
Yeah, we do the rest of our own kind.
I don't understand. You seem to possess such intelligence.
Yeah, we're pretty smart. The smarter we get, the more dangerous our world becomes.
I knew it.
Look at him in the background.
Yeah.
Maybe they choose not to, given the way you treat them.
He thinks that's funny. Okay. Big laugh, like
Yeah, big laugh line.
Meanwhile,
it's one of those things while everybody's laughing, you go, "Oh, I'm gonna get some popcorn," and you miss the Charlton Heston cameo.
yeah. Yeah, and of course he's named Zeus in this,
Yeah.
as in like, oh, he changes, like, oh, he is Zeus now.
Yeah.
The times they had.
The fist bump.
Yeah. But Zeus isn't an orangutan.
Yeah. Now, did they do any makeup on Heston here?
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah.
Rapper called Ice-T.
So I guess Heston was like, well, if I'm only in a scene, I'll be in this. Because, you know,
he liked money.
He hadn't been in any of these ever since the second one, into the second one. I don't know if the guy who played Landon in the first one, if they asked him to be back.
Hey,
or not.
Landon, join the expedition.
Join the reboot.
Yeah, like, join the reimagining. Like.
It was like what was that, like a flaming heart almost looking?
The heart of Semos. Their shrine to Semos.
Mm-hmm.
No problem.
Who is going to clean that up?
Oh my god.
What you hold in your hand is the proof of their power. Their power is invention. Their power is technology. Against this, our strength means nothing.
I wonder if he only agreed to be in the movie if it had a gun in his scene, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
But also in this, he's like saying, "Oh, guns are bad," but it's like, yeah.
But look at it.
Yeah.
What a wondrous thing it is.
That was a very Tim Roth voice moment. Next stop, Wendy's. I mean, that was our next stop earlier, so.
Let's say his last line again from the first movie.
A friend of mine watched this for the first time recently. He sent me that just with like with a head like shake my head,
Yes.
SMH, like yeah, or something to that effect.
Just out of it, done with it, live in it. You're gonna eat it, like
eat it. Real look at it, son. Live in it.
Ooh, got the like scarecrows from the first movie. They look different, but you know. You know Tim Burton wanted to bring that back.
Yeah.
That's where, well, according to our holy writings, that is where creation began. Where the Almighty breathed life into Seamus, the first ape. In the time before time.
Is where Seamus will return.
Of course, most educated apes consider such religious notions as fairy tales, metaphors we use to explain our origins. I doubt if there ever really was a Seamus.
So you know, like Zira in the first movie, that Carter's character possesses this skepticism of the zealotry of the typical apes, obviously.
Yeah. Doesn't he have a stomp? Yeah, you can tell this is like the same area they filmed in the first movie.
Only playing ape rummy, like.
You win too often. You hit off your sleeve. All of them.
Wow.
Was Wahlberg here?
Yeah. Well, just over there, yeah. Like, I will kill you.
Kinda.
Particularly, yes.
Just grab the reins with one hand, you hold on to this one as tight as you can with the other. We're across the road.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, you gonna be all right, huh?
Okay, in your sleep, okay?
Something I was thinking about him in this movie was that he should have had like a guest, like a year-long, like late night horror film hosting spot. Giamatti in this ape costume, just like doing his ape thing, like like in a New York or L.A. local station. Because he's just too entertaining to just let pass by in just this movie.
Yeah. Well, that's the end of that tent. Wow.
Ape fire.
Ape shite.
Well, not anymore. He's only now hearing all that. Like,
yeah, I don't think they believe in the whole ape shall never kill ape thing. They're just like, nah, we'll do whatever we want. Fire. Okay. Oh, now she can't cross.
What's funny is that other gorilla. He didn't really care. It seemed like he's like, oh well, water.
Yeah. Well, he's on a horse.
Yeah, but even earlier,
But even
we gotta
in-
cross the river.
right,
Like
he's just like whatever.
Oh my gosh, sacrilegious. Burning 8 Buddha. Like got one, like.
They could so easily get them, like. Only they weren't afraid of water.
Yeah.
Love the movies. Like, we got to come up with something that they can't do.
Yeah.
Like,
Maybe they used to be like next door neighbors growing up or something.
I think they used to be friends
Yeah.
or something.
We'll go into it a little later.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember more about the first half of this movie even than I remember about anything else. So now I'm starting to wonder, did I watch the second half of the movie? I don't know. I mean,
maybe you just watch the first half a little more often. Yeah.
I mean, I would have. I just don't remember it. You know how kids are, their attention span tends to decrease very quickly, especially a movie that isn't all that good like this.
This has been a section where you've been just start jumping up, making ape noises, jumping on the couch, like
banging my head against the wall like I'm Brendan Fraser. Yeah. And
his teeth too look good.
What?
Is him just flipping his lid? They're all just having to wait till he's done.
Yeah. This is like, you remember in Batman and Robin where Mr. Freeze's gun gets stuck up on that statue.
Yeah.
And he picks that guy up and
throws
throws him.
him
The guy's
up.
like, ah! And
then he just
hits
falls
it.
and crushes. Presumably. But I just love that he was just flipping out that whole time and just like, well, we're gonna wait till he's done, and then. I wonder if Tim Roth and Michael Clark Duncan like kept in touch, like constant text chain, like exchanged emails over the years, like I don't know.
You could tell his mouth, some of that was some CG.
Yeah. A little slow, but well, March, but all this for what, like 6 humans maybe, like in a Giamatti.
Second, I thought that said
tomorrow we will fire the cannon.
Yeah, like second, I thought he was saying tomorrow we will reach Catalina. Like
Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah.
Step Brothers Thomas. Here we'll get a little backstory about him here.
Fire the cannon.
So there you go. That's his backstory.
Okay.
Need a prequel comic out of that.
Yeah. Probably not. You'd say, this is the way it's got to be, okay?
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage, alright? I mean, him and Billy Corgan, I mean, you know, they might be buddies, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Might be right-wing blowhards, I know he's...
Yeah. Yep.
Corgan's worse than him, I know, but... Now, as far as that Starry Sky goes, we know that if Neil deGrasse Tyson saw this, he would have, well, that ain't quite right,
Yeah.
blah, 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 like...
He's a
did with
boo.
James Cameron talking about
Yeah.
Titanic, and I think James Cameron said something to him like, yeah, I'm sure it would have made another $1 billion if that was right, or something
Yeah.
like that. You know? But in that re-release version that came out in 2012, they did fix the sky, so...
Yeah.
There you go. I always remember the way this set looks here in the desert. It's a crashed spaceship.
Yeah. Yeah, don't forget that 4 women have accused Neil deGrasse Tyson of sexual harassment, so... Or sexual misconduct, we should say. It's the same thing.
So I get, I guess he just totally got off with that. No repercussions. Like, just, oh, well, we like him, so whatever.
Yeah, that's
like,
the way it works. I mean,
Morgan Freeman, similar thing we talked about before. I guess it put out this home and beacon signal. Oh, we're here, but wait, there's myrrh. Like, well, there's a skull. Clearly a skull. Oh, what's that?
Yeah.
A pretty well preserved skull.
Yeah.
G-Mar's like, well, I guess I gotta keep going.
Yeah, whatever.
What's his character's name again?
Limbo.
Oh, that's right, Limbo. Something's going on here. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What. Time warp. That still works all these years later.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
That's the most incredulous thing about all this.
Yeah. Fire the cannon. Fire the chocolates.
Oh, there you go. That's just a catch-all, whatever, you know, throw that in there.
I can access the database. The ship keeps a visual log. Just wait for them to tell their own story. I can figure out what happened.
So wait for them to tell their own story. Huh? Well, that was real clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'd forgotten that about this. The apes essentially, they were the ones they took with them,
Yeah.
so they're the descendants of them.
Mm-hmm. Mark Wahlberg does have that incredulous face, you know, that he flashes a lot. I've not seen the whole movie, but scenes from The Happening, I know he's in the M. Night movie.
I'm talking to a plastic plant, and I'm still doing it.
No, man, we're not here to kill you. Like, plan on murdering me in my sleep.
What? No. Yeah.
And then it's not him, it's Jeremy Strong. It's like cheese and crackers. Oh, the apes or the humans are coming out of their hidey holes for one last stand.
Humans, like, you idiot.
Oh, cool. Love that burden, like.
Yeah.
Love too. He's like, I'm just looking to leave, though. I don't care about any of you people, like, you know.
She's like, I don't want you to touch me, you freak.
Well, where's his Academy Award nomination, you know? Like, oh, Sideways, oh, so great, you know, all that, but come on. We all know that his nomination was for this, you know. Like,
what, was that the same year?
No, that was
I didn't
later
think so,
on, a few years later. But they were making up for that, I'm saying. It should be said, Paul Giamatti's full name I'm looking up here is Paul Edward Valentine Giamatti. From New Haven.
Connecticut.
Dad was a Yale University professor. And future commissioner of MLB. Forgot hearing that.
Fire the cannon. Fire the cleaner.
I mean, you deliver a line that iconic, it will be with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
you know?
like...
I mean, the line reads, just ancient pirate talk for Fire the Cannon. I mean, you don't get better than that. All right.
Everybody's like, nope.
Like, huh? That boy's ready to fight. Got a little
stick.
Staff. Ooh, Helena Bottom Carter's character. Am I not the one he likes? Like, just kind of rolling back up.
Yeah, because I'll just say in our shared ideas that we won't detail because they're too good for Planet of the Apes story that we've never mentioned before, and I don't know that we'll mention again. Part of that and my ideas for that are heavily parts of interested in this idea of like human ape interspecies relationship and what would I guess be called bestiality, but it's just like because none of these have had the balls to do that because it was too weird. It's like, well,
you're so dang ugly.
Yeah, it's like why have we not gone there yet? You know, but
won't sell.
And within the story, both sides would probably see it as blasphemy. So that's kind of the whole point, like but nope, this movie doesn't have any inclination to do anything very risky. So.
Just like the little bump, like. Like, just chill out, bro. Like. Really noticed his like gray little like beard. He's got like facial hair there. So he was able to suss all that out that she really
okay, weird cut and transition, but
sometimes you just gotta do it, you know.
In a world, you remember the trailer?
Yeah,
it's like a real in a world where a human.
I mean, that's like such a stereotype, and that would fit into that. Yeah.
But what Detective Dormer didn't know was that murder was only part of the plan. To all you Insomnia trailer fans out there, as I am, and friends of mine
got the wild card bill.
Yeah.
No, it's all my fault.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Am I a good man?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Well, he acknowledges that.
Yeah.
I don't care about him.
Yeah, right. Is this the battle for the Planet of the
Yeah.
Apes?
Whoa, which one is this again?
Yeah. Okay.
No, well, all right, yeah, I got some Neosporin down here.
Yeah,
Let me rub
like,
it on real quick.
What? Let me rub it on. Meanwhile. Okay.
No, he's going to stay and fight. Because he's a boy who's in the process
Of becoming a man.
Becoming
Of becoming
a
an
man.
ape.
Yeah.
Like.
What they should have had is just like a VHS of Dunstan checks in here on in this ship and then play it for everybody.
Gosh, Kroll would get so pissed off at that.
Yeah.
Like, fuel, engage.
Wait, maybe he can leave. What? Like,
We gotta draw them in close. I want all those people behind the ship, but don't hide them. They need to be seen.
What about us?
We're gonna be on horseback in front of the ship. We're gonna be big.
I won't until you say so.
You won't even be out there.
I can do this just as well.
Look, I know you can. I need you back there with them, okay?
Okay.
he ain't got a name the whole time, has he? Just this kid, just like
I don't
kid,
know.
like
Egbert, probably. I think gorilla Kroll's just back there like whatever. Like,
hey, you specifically.
Look, our history is filled with men who have done amazing things. That history belongs to you now.
Oh, what? I mean, you know they're in trouble if Wahlberg's the most articulate of the bunch.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. They tell me they've got a cannon.
do you have a cannon?
Oh yeah, baby. You think the only site's got a cannon? Like, they're varied weapons. Like, that one's got a staff and that one's got a club. You know, but you get enough of them, it doesn't matter.
This looks like moments from beneath.
Yeah.
Except even more apes.
Yeah.
Everybody behind the ship, let's go! Get those children behind the ship!
Okay. That was shocking.
Dadgum, that's a lot of apes.
Let's think about out there somewhere, and no offense if this is you, I guess, but this is somebody's favorite Tim Burton movie.
Yeah. Let's see this Great Wonders plane go into action.
What are you doing? I'm part of. Get back! No! I'm staying.
Oh, he's as insane as I am.
Yeah.
Like. Oh, what's going on down there?
Oh. Looks like we got ourselves some apes and some humans. First waves.
Okay. Sounded like he yelled fire, not now, but...
Like, fire the cannon.
Did you see this movie in theaters, by the way?
I think I did, yeah.
Okay.
I think I did, yeah.
Who went with you, do you remember?
I think me and my dad went, I believe, yeah. Your father as well.
Yeah.
But I think. I remember seeing it more on home video a lot, but I did believe I saw it in theaters. Fairly effective for an 8-year-old, you know.
Yeah.
Thanks for putting my life in line on the line.
I mean, fire the cannon.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, these apes need Jesus.
Well. Wow. That was only the first wave, though.
Yeah.
Not gonna be able to do that again.
No, it's kind of a one-time deal. Oh, ape out, you know?
Yeah.
In the wipeout vein.
The William Devane.
Mm-hmm. In the John McClane vein. Dumb blowed up. Ape roasted.
Oh, what? It didn't kill him?
Had to kill at least some of them.
Yeah, certain ones, I guess.
It wasn't the logic of, oh, they might be able to do that again.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this, like.
Like a psycho.
Apes don't even need the weapons. They're just like agile and strong enough and quick enough to jump around and kill the humans. Sorry, unimportant black character. You're no more.
Yeah. Like, we will get along for a moment.
He lasted like 2 seconds.
Wow.
He got the Wilhelm
That's
scream?
literally the laziest Wilhelm scream I think I've ever seen.
It's up there, yeah. Oh, they can get along. She too can be maimed.
Well, that was the end of that guy's life.
Yeah.
Like he knew he was coming.
Yeah.
Like what?
I always loving scenes like this
Yeah.
in movies. Like nobody else is going to attack either one. It's like just them.
I never thought I'd see these two actors in a fight scene.
Yeah.
And I already did, and I didn't remember
Yeah.
it, so.
As you said, ape shall maybe kill ape. you
Yeah.
know? Mussing up his beautiful hair.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's another stock
Yeah.
scream in there. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Oh.
As someone who's played a lot of Star Wars Bounty Hunter, I've heard a lot
Yeah.
of that. Those specific
Yeah.
sounds.
Find that soul.
Yeah. He's still looking.
We're still looking too, Thade. Baby. See? He's
Yeah.
wanting to look.
He's like, I gotta give a second.
Sonic boom.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh.
Oh,
Wow. I'm already knowing
Reprisal.
what this is, and I didn't
Yeah,
even
I'd forgotten.
know.
Yeah.
It took that long.
Yeah.
What's it gonna do, you think? What's Pericles gonna be up to?
Mm-hmm. So is he actually the first ape, really? I mean, I don't know.
I guess.
In this movie he was. Unless you count the, like, opening credits ape, you know, I mean, apes, maybe. I was just sitting and waiting,
Yeah.
you know, just like, I let my gravitas wash over them.
Like what? Rightfully so.
Yeah. Looks like he come down from heaven to them, you know.
He's like, whatever.
The ape who would be king kind of thing. It was, oh, they took seriously what's actually more tangentially human. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
saying
Kyle
a
and I were
monkey
just
could do
talking
it.
about that earlier.
You're
You
saying
know?
a monkey can do it better than you? Yeah, what are all these monkeys doing around?
Let's go explain evolution to the monkeys. He's
Okay.
like, I'm not waiting.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to have the private climax now. I had the public
Yeah.
one, but now I got to do the behind the scenes one.
The BTS.
Mm-hmm. It's always just kind of funny in these movies where it's like the
real monkeys,
the real
versus,
apes
yeah.
versus the fake, like, or not even versus,
Or
but
as people say,
interacting with
real ape versus fake ape. They say
Yeah.
verse instead
Yeah.
of verses.
Like the baby Caesar in Escape From.
Yeah.
Who get ray gun first?
Who gets Reagan first? A Reagan, a robot. Don't even know what to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, important characters come in.
So is everybody else just standing out there, like?
Y'all wait. Y'all aren't too important enough to be in the final clump. Stay out here. Enjoy the sun. I haven't had a temperature check in a while from you on this. What are we thinking?
It's been hot most of the movie.
Except the cold reaches his space.
Yeah, I would have enjoyed that.
Oh, he gets to come in.
Poor chimpanzee.
Oh, back home. Uh-oh.
You know, I'm gonna have that as
Yeah.
a Twitter profile pic one
Yeah.
of these days.
So you telling me a laser like ray gun basically couldn't break that glass right there?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know it would be designed for space, so it's probably hard, but I don't know.
This is where you're from. We brought you here. It's the truth. We lived in peace together. It was Simos. He's the one who killed everybody.
He's lying. Help me, my friend.
Don't sound the least bit sarcastic.
Everything I have believed is a lie. You and your family have betrayed us. I won't help you.
Forced me to kill my mentor, like. Oh, he's trying his luck with all the apes there. Like, each more insistent on his death than the last, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's gonna be a no from me, dog. Like.
It's not working.
I'm sorry. time out.
Okay.
I'm just wanting to chill a little bit.
Safe. Come out now.
So he got up in there?
Yeah.
I was just getting ready to make my move.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to a real one. So this changed everything.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is like such deeply entrenched beliefs that are immediately sacrificed.
Right.
Like,
it's like real, like, can't believe the price of these flea bags.
Yeah.
Like, oh, like, let me look, find anything I can grab from this to make a buck. Like, he'd be better off if he did, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
About a Wahlberg who changed it all. Ape on human kiss.
Now, I'd like to thank you for opening my eyes to a brave new world of trade with the human race.
That's really what he was psyched about.
Yeah, no
Trade.
problem, whatever.
They gonna sell aspirin to
Yeah.
the kids.
Wow.
And here Wahlberg is with his long lost love of the movie, you know.
Yeah. Bug count on it. Remember how Christopherson just like died?
Yeah, R.I.P.
Yeah. That's a shame.
You kid, number one, sayonara. And yeah, that again, that we're just expected to be, oh, apes and humans will now coexist,
Mm-hmm.
like based on one ape's hypocrisy, you know, like.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. Brains. Yeah, he made it up there.
Mm-hmm.
It's all tangled up there.
back into the storm.
Riding the storm out.
Right. That's what needle drop should have happened.
Yeah.
Imagine a song like that being in a Tim Burton movie. It's just been, what? How fast this thing's going.
So I'm guessing that this movie is presuming that actually wasn't Earth, I guess?
Yeah, it seems to be, yeah.
Because I forgot that, but... So what sense does the ending make? I know that's what everybody says all the time, but, like, what?
I do remember seeing this in the theater now, and the shock of, like, what? Like,
yeah.
Because I didn't know necessarily of the first one before, as far as having seen that, so I didn't know that had a twist ending.
Yeah. So he just can't land.
No, he just sucks. Like, why is he an astronaut then? Like, I don't know. Another national monument kind of.
This is a real like Batwing crashes in front of church vibes, like the Benedict Arnold Monument.
Yeah.
You know, I've been to the Lincoln Memorial, and it didn't look anything like this to me.
Ape Lincoln himself. You know, Edwin Stanton once described Lincoln as a long-armed ape. I mean, who knew that his words would one day come to fruition, you know?
That's incredible. Whoa.
And this temple is in the heart of the apes for whom he saved the planet, General Thade, basically. And as shocking as that is, then there's this. I mean, has that look been ever more at home for Wahlberg, though, and then in this moment? We got ape tourists, like...
You couldn't hear it, but that was me shaking my head.
Yeah, him SMHing IRL.
In real life.
Mm-hmm. Daggum, you know?
One of the dumbest endings of any movie I've ever seen.
So...
Because it just makes no sense.
So, is presumably... This is what I'm confused about. You can go ahead and pause this.
Yeah, we're done here.
So it's... Did that ship that they was originally on crash on another planet?
That's
and
the way
then
I
all the
understand
apes eventually took over and came out as that. But then, were there enough humans there to breed the whole species of humans there as well? On the ship? You know what I mean? Because that presumably have to have a massive human population as well on this planet. So. And then he jumps back into the time travel storm, riding the storm out as we saw, and then goes to alternate 2029 where apes have taken control there.
Yeah, and that's what I don't understand is because it's not the same planet. I think I understand
not the same
that
monkey planet
correctly,
to our understanding, yeah.
But, I mean, frankly... The movie's not good anyway, so it just doesn't matter. But also, it's just trying really hard to be provocative.
And trying to ape, no pun intended, the ending of the first
literally
movie.
Makes no sense. So there's no point in even talking about it further.
Yeah, just the image of Ape Lincoln will forever be enshrined in my memory. Nothing else.
Do you have any thoughts about this movie?
You know, overall, it's not as bad as I remember. Now, I know we've been ragging on Wahlberg the whole time, and he's not good. But also, as I said, the character isn't that well written. However, I feel like having someone else in that role would have fixed some of the movie.
Yeah.
Not all of it. But it's not quite as bad as I remember. I'll even go as far as to say, me personally, it's better than Battle 4. In my estimation,
I think it is in a filmmaking.
In terms of the filmmaking, in terms of the design,
the
it is
story,
like,
not at all.
Yeah,
but
the story's fairly much a retread, but For me personally, I would put it a notch above that. Even though in spirit I like that movie a little more than this.
It's just a really, I mean, we've already said this much time, it's just a really useless movie because it doesn't advance anything. They don't spend enough time in the ape city or apeville or whatever you want to call it. It just kind of moves on really quickly to just being, let's rise up kind of movie. And just that it doesn't actually fill in anything about their different species of apes. It doesn't do any of that. There's no sense of, like, some of the most interesting parts of the movie were the kind of weird ape culture that was going on that we didn't get to see anything of. Because that goes to show about the same thing with let's just have them playing baseball. Like, just do some quirky, weird stuff like that. Because
like apes listening to rock music, smoking a bong.
That's all the movie's worth, ultimately, is to do those things. So, as a, I mean, this won't be any surprise. Personally, as a Planet of the Apes fan, as it fits into both a narrative and thematic sense, it's total ape shite. I mean, it's really quite awful, actually. But the design is so good, and some of the performances are interesting enough to the point. I actually am interested in the idea of what it purports, at least the way I understand it, because the ending totally confuses it. But I am interested in the idea of they crash land on this planet and their genetic mutations of these animals have the animals able to rise up and basically put them in a subservient position. I find that very interesting, and I think that it would have been better suited to do that and not do the cheap kind of, reimagining of the ending. But it should be said, to my knowledge, the Pierre Boulet novel does a similar thing.
So I've got some stuff to read. I just read here.
Go ahead.
About the ending itself. Much criticism was leveled about the ambiguous ending. This is my favorite thing here. Tim Roth, who portrayed General Thade, said, quote, "I cannot explain that ending. I've seen it twice and I don't understand anything." Helena Bonham Carter, who played Ares, said, quote, "I thought it made sense, kind of. I don't understand why everyone went, it's all a time warp thing. He's gone back and realizes Thade's beat him there. Although the ending was ambiguous, it was closer to the ending of the actual Pierre Boulet book than was to the ending 1968 Charlton Heston movie version. In the first of two twist endings of the Pierre Boulet book, the astronaut escapes back to planet Earth only to be greeted by a gorilla in a jeep on the landing strip. Burton claimed the ending was not supposed to make any sense, but was more of a cliffhanger to be explained in a possible sequel.
That's what I was going to say.
It's a reasonable cliffhanger that could have been used in case Fox or another filmmaker wanted to do another movie.
So it's totally soulless capitalist filmmaking,
Just like,
that's what I was going to say, is it feels like something that would warrant a sequel, but it didn't. So, about the possible sequels. Go read about that.
Something else I wanted to read here, too, about that.
Canceled sequel.
Fox stated that if Planet of the Apes was a financial success, then a sequel would be commissioned. Ultimately, they decided against pursuing another film. When asked whether he would be interested in working on a follow-up, Tim Burton replied, quote, "I'd rather jump out a window," end quote. Mark Wahlberg and Helena Bonham Carter would have returned if Burton had decided to make another Apes film. Paul Giamatti had been interested in reprising his role. Quote, "I think it'd be great to have apes driving cars, smoking cigars," Giamatti said, "wearing glasses, sitting in a boardroom," stuff like that.
Let's not forget he was on the Cigar Aficionado magazine cover at one point.
Planet of the Apes was the last film Burton worked on with his former fiancée, Lisa Marie. After the relationship broke up, Burton started a relationship with Bonham Carter, who portrayed Ari. Planet of the Apes was also Burton's first collaboration with producer Richard Zanuck. So that answers what I was wondering earlier. So
I guess in summation, it's a bunch of nothing.
But again, and it's very Hollywood. It's so well made, and it's so well acted by some of the performers in it that you're like, if only things would have been a little different. But then you also wonder, just like, well, that original exists. Like, why did they even feel the need to? All that production history we talked about earlier, pre-production, why did any of that had to happen when all these other people could have just went and made something original? Now, again, this was like, I guess, it was for my generation and yours and some others the introduction of this whole franchise in general. And it was a chance to go, oh, well, what about these old movies, and go reappreciate them. And that's subsequently what many people, including yourself, very much did, went and appreciated those. Right. And then this one is just this almost aborted project that just come out that was like, what was the point of all that?
Nobody really liked or cared about all that particularly. It really is a shocking display of abysmal pointlessness. It's really quite fascinating. There's not really a whole lot of me that liked it either, but
I'll be honest, I liked it a little more this time than in the past, but ultimately regarded as the soulless endeavor that it was,
I mean, I gave it its chance, and it failed. So, there you go.
Too bad. Now, again, Giamatti's sequel.
Now that I would have see, now that's what I'm saying. It's like, if there would have been a sequel, this would have been more, at least a little more warranted to do that, but no, there wasn't. So, there you go.
There we go. So, this is our 6th Planet of the Apes film, but don't worry, we have 3 more coming down the pike. Because up next is going to be yet another reboot, 10 years later, Rise of the Planet of the Apes from 2011. Now, this totally wipes the slate clean yet again, and starts a whole new trilogy of films that were not these massive blockbuster successes, but were quite successful enough to garner sequels. And so we're going to kind of get involved in talking about this in a whole other new realm now of these new 3 films. What are your thoughts in general to preview about the trilogy of 8 films to follow, as well as the specific first entry as well?
Well, I guess the easiest place to start is I love them quite a bit, especially in an era that is so consumed with franchise filmmaking. It is very interesting to see some movies that, while they are very modern, they feel very much like actually being made around this time. They feel a lot more 2000s kind of esque, like the X-Men movies or some of these older franchises.
Well, they're not trying to pop out a lot of spin-offs other than the direct sequels that they garnish.
I think that, and by the way, they do have their own political angles to them. Particularly the first one is the most, I think, political or social, because it's very much about zoos and genetic. These movies are very much focused on genetics and
treatment of
animals and stuff that is a lot more relevant, especially in 2011. I feel like that's something that hasn't really been talked about as much in the past long period of time. But also, I think what works about these in that sense is that it's also very much about the simian flu and kind of about pandemics and epidemics in the kind of modern age. And I feel like that was relevant even more than just before what we've been going through the last year and a half. But that just in general, the kind of ideas of society degrading and resources running out, kind of more of that sort of apocalypse, I guess. And I think what works about these also in that sense is that you kind of get to see the ape society build much more definitively. They feel very much like they are kind of prequels to something more of what would eventually be a Planet of the Apes phenomenon. It's very much more about the degradation of human society and the rising up of the ape society, which is something that some of these other films kind of tried to do, but it's much more, as far as conquest and battle are, there's not a whole lot in between there of showing that degradation. It's much more, quick and kind of over with very quickly. But it's much more concerned with that definitive power struggle.
And if I'm remembering this correctly, don't 1 and 2 in between that, it skips some time, like 5 to 10 years.
Yeah,
or something
some
like that.
time is skipped.
Yeah.
But and you get to see.
But then 2 and 3 are fairly close to each other.
Yeah, I think so.
If I remember correctly.
But I don't know. I mean, ultimately, they're just really well-made blockbuster action movies that are happen to be Planet of the Apes movies. Now, as far as, I'll admit, as far as those original films, they don't hold a candle to the sort of social
Rawness,
messages and the rawness of those. But I think what I like so much about them is that they finally deliver on a lot of the action potential that this franchise didn't ever engage with as well as it could have in the past.
Sure.
That really only Conquest and Battle really tried to do. And is that really worth anything? I don't know, but I think what is so interesting about these is the amount of work it puts into Caesar as a character, and it does that in Rise, but especially in Dawn and War, because those are Matt Reeves doing those, and he's really good. As far as this next movie, Rise, I think it's actually the most interesting of the three, because it's just visually, it's taking the apes and, you know, putting that over like San Francisco iconography.
As opposed to the second and third one have a more general post-apocalyptic look and feel to them.
And it's much more like in the woods, you know, in the snow, like it's a lot more like society is over with, basically. But as in this, it is very much that, you know, like that the city is tearing apart, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, it'll be interesting to go through these because they're movies I really like a lot, but as far as the other movies, kind of watching through them this way, it's not that my love for them is diminished at all, but my, I guess, appreciation of them thematically and kind of has a little bit now that I'm thinking about, well, much more than this movie, you know, clearly. But ultimately what works about them is that they just are well-made, consistent, you know, blockbuster movies.
Which is goes a long way in today's days of blockbuster movies where not nearly as consistent. Two big things I want to say that are notable about these next three movies. One, the apes aren't speaking English. They're actually using subtitles.
Caesar does some, but
with one another,
they don't.
They're not speaking English. And two, of course, the biggest thing is the apes are CGI now. And I want to have a big discussion about the worth of that moving forward in terms of that. Because another thing that really, again, reminded me or spoke to me about this particular watch of this is, first of all, I think the ape makeup in the original movies was really good. But even a few decades removed at this time, how great these looked. And the decision to go a CGI route and some things that Andy Serkis has said about that seemingly diminish the work of the visual effects people, I want to talk a little bit about next week and in the weeks.
Do you have any other opinions about those movies?
No, I like them, but after having rewatched the first five, I have a newer appreciation of those. That, again, doesn't diminish those next three, but also makes me wonder, especially about the CGI element, the worth of that endeavor. But we'll talk about that. But they're really good. They're really well made. And they do channel a whole... I feel like they're harbingers of to come. We haven't even seen a lot of this since, but of what it means to have non-human characters be the lead roles of movies in of fundamental ways as they are in that. Because, you know, the first and second movies of these, of the original movies, were human characters were the leads. Then you had, you know, the third movie, you did have Zira and Cornelius be the leads, but we already had some experience and time with them, and there were some other human characters. 4 and 5 did have more apes at the lead, but there's still, despite it all, we know that there's a human being beneath that, channeling that, and this very much Wahlberg, for what he was worth, was the lead.
And you actually had people that were dressing up as apes.
And, of course, James Franco is among the lead performances in the next movie, but it is more in the head and more in the realm of putting the apes as the leads.
Yeah, and
so
also
that is an instant transition.
Even with Dawn, it still has like Jason Clarke and kind of those kind of on the run human characters.
Gary Oldman's the villain,
but then
Woody Harrelson's the villain.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It still has those kind of Jason Clarke characters in the Dawn, but by War, it is almost entirely ape characters the whole movie, except for the villains who are human. But so there's not even kind of there's not at all a good human character in that movie, really, which is
except I guess the girl, right?
Yeah, but even
she's
she
a child,
can't speak,
right.
And so it's kind of getting to that, and that kind of explains how the simian flu causes people to basically humans to turn into these mongrel monster. You know what they basically are in the first movie. And it's interesting. I do want to talk about those movies as pseudo prequels to the original films, because there are little things throughout that point towards that a little bit that I find strange. But yeah. So,
and again, the last thing we'll say about this one here, this 2001 version, it's amazing. Again, all that history, all that time that we talked about, all these people came on and maybe did a little bit of developmental work and then left, and then you all, as handsomely made a movie as this is, it has left absolutely zero cultural footprint. And again, that's a good lesson of, in a lot of ways, what a lot of Hollywood product is all this time, effort, and then nothing comes as a result of it. I'm actually currently reading this book called The 50s, The Story of a Decade. It's a collection of New Yorker articles, an anthology of New Yorker articles from the 50s. There's a 40s version, which I would highly recommend. It's great. There's actually a profile I read of John Huston in here about the pre-production and about to be making of The Red Badge of Courage, his adaptation of that.
I forgot he made it.
And it's a very famous, because Lillian Ross, I believe is the author's name, who wrote this. Let's see, I want to get her name right. Yeah, Lillian Ross. Throw the little old lady down the stairs on John Huston and the making of The Red Badge of Courage, and she actually ended up spinning this into its own whole book that's about the making of that movie.
Oh, really?
And it's all about how all these great people made something that was not at all memorable and not at all important of a John Huston movie.
For something like The Red Badge of Courage,
that
which
has
is such
this
a
literary
big,
import and a big deal,
Yeah.
and that some of the real people in that were talking about, oh, we could have the next Gone with the Wind on our hands and all this stuff, and all these vapid expectations of Hollywood that went into absolutely nothing, basically, as far as that one movie. A very similar vibe I get from this as well, in terms of all the people that circulated this project, and then it came about nothing, and all those people's inability to frankly catch the lightning in the bottle that was there in the 60s that those particular artists came up with developing. So, there we go. So, again, next week, Rise of the Planet of the Apes. This concludes our 6th of our 9 ape films.
And woo, what a long podcast we got through this one.
I know, this was among one of our longer podcasts, but I'm quite proud of it. I don't think we did good. So this is Kyle.
This is Levi.
And before we head out today, I want to put in a song here at the end that I think is reflective of not only this film at this particular point in the franchise, but also a lot of the people involved. I think a song that really sums up their efforts.
From one of our heroes, Toby Keith.
Yeah, so take care. God bless.
She said, I seen you in here before. I said, I've been here a time or two. She said, hello, my name is Bobby Joe. Meet my twin sister, Betty Lou. And we're both feeling kind of wild tonight. You're the only cowboy in this place. And if you're up for a rodeo, I'll put a big Texas smile on your face. I said, girls, I ain't as good as I once was. I got a few years on me now. But there was a time back in my prime when I could really lay it down. And if you need some love tonight, then I might have just enough. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. I still hang out with my best friend Dave. I've known him since we were kids at school. Last night he had a few shots, got in a tight spot, hustling a game of pool with a couple of redneck boys, one great big bad biker man. I heard David yell across the room, Hey buddy, how about a helping hand? I said, Dave, I ain't as good as I once was. My, how the years have flown. But there was a time back in my prime when I could really hold my own. If you wanna fight tonight, guess those boys don't look all that tough. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. I used to be hell on wheels back when I was a younger man. Now my body says that you can't do this, boy, but my pride says, oh yes you can. I ain't as good as I once was. That's just the cold hard truth. I still throw a few back, talk a little smack when I'm feeling bulletproof. So don't double dog dare me now, 'cause I'd have to call your bluff. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. May not be good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
It's time to take out the trash.
So nice. Goodbye.